walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Chris Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th to the 19th, in Morgan Deluxe Motorcoach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motorcoach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Nice. Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick.
Normal crew.
You don't even have to change the words to the song.
No.
That's great. And you guys are all wearing ridiculous shirts.
It's Fun Shirt Friday.
Yes, we are. I decided to break out the Hawaiian shirt for the first time.
Yeah.
Look,
It's
I don't
that
know.
time of year.
I don't know what I add to the show today, so I had to play along with the bits.
Clearly not a laptop.
No.
Or
Yeah,
anything.
where's your laptop
He doesn't
at?
have a laptop.
And I'm wearing a lemon shirt. It's
I'm
Lemon
poor.
Shirt Friday.
That cannot be a thing.
That's a thing for me. It's
It's-
Friday. I'm wearing a lemon shirt.
You wear
Lemon
other
Shirt
kinds
Friday.
of fruits on Fridays.
I have a grapefruit shirt and a lemon shirt. Those are my only 2 fruit-based shirts.
Are you anti-fun shirt?
No, I'm not anti. I
Where's
just
your fun
apparently
shirt,
didn't get the
then?
memo
It's
today.
Fun Shirt Friday.
You know
There
that's what
was
they
no
do.
memo.
It doesn't have to be a memo. It's a culture.
Okay, here's why. If
Dare I say it's a vibe?
if
It's
you
a
would
vibe.
categorize me
Whoa.
as anti-fun shirt, here's the reason why. They don't fit me right. They don't fit me well.
You gotta get a size bigger than your normal
There-
shirt
I mean,
size.
Yeah.
I love them because
This
they
thing is-
hide my gut.
This thing is 20 years old, man. It
Yeah.
still fits great.
Maybe I'm just not ready to physically go to the store and buy it would be a 2X
Yeah.
shirt.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm already an XL. I'm just not. I've never bought a 2X anything before, so I'm
Okay,
not.
that's a
I'm not-
barrier
I'm not
for sure.
starting right now.
Oh, even
So it has to be
sweatshirts?
an XL shirt, and that's too tight.
Well, but some of these, it drives me nuts that, a pair of 35 or 34 size jeans in one brand is different than another brand.
That's
That's
the
stupid.
worst.
So
But-
frustrating.
But in fun shirt / Hawaiian shirts, I think they all fit big.
Mhm.
So I think you would be fine with an XL.
All right,
They know
man.
who's buying them.
I haven't
Yeah,
bought one in a
yeah.
while, admittedly.
Yeah.
I have a couple
Fat
larges that
middle-aged
fit
men.
me
That's
fine.
who's buying them.
I do got some. I have some. I think I have a hamburger shirt. I have an avocado
Oh.
shirt.
Whoa.
It's an avocado.
I think I had like a flamingo at one point.
Oh, flamingo's good.
There you go.
Come on, Fun Shirt. Happer,
I don't like
Fun Shirt Friday.
Well, it's too late.
It's definitely too late now.
I mean, he's up here. He's already gone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sad.
I'm on the way out.
He's thinking of Kauffman Stadium
That's right.
Sunday.
Going to watch Bobby Witt Jr., future American League MVP.
That's right.
As of this year.
I'm happy
Highest
for
on
you.
war
Sunday.
in the league among position
Why do you
players.
go on Sunday?
Because it's a night game on Saturday, and I don't want to get a hotel and stay there.
Why not take
Oh.
off Monday? Go to the Monday game.
No.
I guess vacation's a construct.
It is.
Theoretically, I
Well, do they
could.
play a game on Monday?
They do. They play Milwaukee. I've looked into it. I'm going to be in the area this weekend.
in the area?
Yeah, going to Emporia.
Why?
Professional disc golf.
Why?
Wait,
Professional disc golf. The tour. They're going to be in Emporia.
did
They
you
go
know
to
about
Empo-
this, John?
I have no idea there was a
The
pro
tour.
golfing
There's
tour.
a there's a
Okay,
full
we
tour.
found our crossover topic.
There's
Yep.
a full tour. They go to Emporia every year.
Now,
and
do they have teams like Live Golf?
No.
Or is it individual?
It's all
Yeah,
individual.
also-
It's just golf.
I don't know if that's in
Do
the
they behead-
area.
Do they behead reporters
It's like
like
40
Live
minutes.
Golf?
It's the area.
It's only 40 minutes out of
Yeah.
Kansas City. Okay.
Yeah, give or take.
All right. Yes.
So-
keep asking questions.
So what is the pro frolf tour's name?
Live
just-
Frolf.
Live
no,
Frolf.
it's just the Professional Disc Golf Tour.
Professional DG.
PDT.
PDG.
That's too many letters that sound alike.
Is disc golf one word or two words or a hyphenated word?
It's two
Good
words.
question.
Disc golf.
Disc
It
golf.
should just be named Frolf! Exclamation point.
Yeah.
I like that.
Just
yeah.
that. Frolf! Exclamation point. That's the logo. Frolf!
Well, I think they don't want to do
Exclamation
that
point.
because I think they are wanting some legitimacy, and just
What is
calling
not-
it frolf wouldn't
Okay,
be legitimacy.
Why is
What's
that
so bad
not
about
legitimate?
Frolf? Yeah.
PDGT
Well,
means
because
nothing to me.
The Frolf stands for Frisbee, but Frisbee is a brand and it's not a thing. I know
Okay,
it's like a
okay.
Kleenex situation, but it's disc golf. It's not Frisbee golf because they're not using
Oh,
Frisbees.
I didn't know that.
yeah, I
I
didn't
thought
know
Frisbee was a Frisbee.
Yeah,
I
no,
didn't
Frisbee
either.
is
Yeah.
the Whammo made the Frisbee.
Yeah, okay.
So the Frisbee is a Whammo property, but a flying disc
I had no
is just a
idea.
flying
Great.
disc.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
but
telling
you
me
can
that.
still call it fraud.
No, I get it's like a Kleenex or Band-Aid situation. I do get that. But I think from their end, I think they're trying to make it a legitimized thing.
But just because it's a fun term doesn't mean it's illegitimate. It's a fun term.
Disc golf is a little challenging.
Right, but I think they
it's a
think
li-
that disc golf sounds more professional than Frolf.
Yeah, but like, don't you
Okay.
want to steer into it being like a whimsical
They
goof,
Yes.
goof
They
sport?
don't want to.
Why?
Because
Oh.
there are some real tryhards that get involved in it.
And that's the reason why it should be done all the more, to drum the tryhards out. See, that's the problem with a lot of sports. There's way too many tryhards.
It's a great take, John.
Couple things, fellas. It's actually Professional Disc Golf Association.
PDGA.
Yeah. PDGA.
PDGA.
They have an app. I will not be downloading.
They do
it.
have an app. It's not a bad app.
Is it named
What do you mean
Frolf?
they have an app?
Exclamation
They have an
point.
app so you can
No.
track players' cards.
It's
You know what?
Dynamic Discs Open this
Yep.
weekend.
Is this like the gin where you can put in your you play enough rounds, you can put in your handicap, and it gives you like an official, like the GHIN.
Your
That's-
handicap
I
is
think
if your
so.
wrist is broken.
What I could do is I could get a PDGA number, and then if I do
Ooh.
tournaments, then
That's what the gin is.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes.
I mean that's not like this though.
So it's
Like, I could
basically
never-
just golf.
I could yes.
Yeah.
Do we got standings? Do we got money leaders for the season?
Not yet, but I think they are.
Is there like
working-
the purple giraffes, like the
Money
live
leaders.
tour?
Todd has $10.
Actually, you can find it. They also have the same guys that do the world rank.
But he spent it on food truck tacos at the end of the
The-
end of the round.
Bought
So now
everyone
it's got
around.
0.
So the same guy that made the world tracking app, the world golf ranking app, also made the world. He's doing the world disc golf rankings. It's the same person.
Wow.
So
Official Disc Golf World Rankings. FPO top 5.
FPO is the women.
Give me number 1, Josh.
FPO is the
five.
women's division.
Kristen Tatter.
Tatar.
Whoa!
That disc I have hanging up in my office, that's
Uh-huh.
one of her signature discs.
So
She's
is-
two-time champion.
This
She
is
won
amazing.
twice in a row.
So is Frolf a multi-gender sport? In other words,
No,
like
there's,
racing, where you have the men and
they
women.
have a
race
women's
together.
division and a men's division.
Number 1 in
Oh,
the
that
men's is Calvin Heimberg
Calvin Heimberg is really good.
out of Florida. Safety Harbor, Florida.
Calvin Heimberg.
Heimberg.
Member
number
since
2?
2010. Number 2 is Gannon Burr
Gannon Burr, also very good.
Gannon.
Gannon Burr.
from
Gannon.
Urbandale, Iowa.
Oh, no.
Go
wow.
Iowa.
How about that?
I didn't know he was from Urbandale.
Yeah,
I never knew.
it's a good
Gannon
website.
Burr. It sounds like that. What was the
Gannon
episode of
Burr.
Seinfeld where they kept making fun of the guy's name? Gannon Burr.
I would like to read the name of number 4.
Oh, please
in the
do.
rankings
Are we
out
going to
of-
skip 3?
Yeah, out of Boulder, Colorado, Eagle McMahon.
Oh yeah, Eagle McMahon is really good.
He's down 1 spot from last
No.
week.
Is this like the fat guy who did curling and everybody was obsessed with him?
No,
What
Eagle
was that
McMahon
guy's
is
name?
legitimately great.
I touched his
I mean, he could be great.
McMahon.
He's got his own line of discs.
Rock flag and eagle.
He plays for MVP,
McMahon.
which is a disc company.
Frolf.
Frolf! Exclamation point.
Maybe that's where Vince can go now that he can't like be on television or in public in any
He can
way,
be
shape,
with
or
his
form.
illegitimate son,
Yeah.
Eagle.
Eagle McMahon.
My new son, Eagle. Just spice up disc golf.
They have a Twitter
Oh,
account?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. They seem to have their stuff together. It's a
Yeah,
good
no, it's a
website.
whole thing.
Yeah.
They just bought the rights. So they used to be able to track
They
things
just
through
bought
this,
the rights to the NBA?
no through this app called Udisc. And then they tried to buy Udisc. Udisc said no, so then they bought another thing to track stats, and so they brought that into the fold, which means I think sports betting might be coming soon.
Ooh, hell yeah.
I want to bet on Eagle.
Much better than the AFL's website that I went to yesterday, trying to find some information.
Well, isn't it dead now?
Well,
If it's not by now, it will be.
I wanted to find out how many games the Iowa
One.
Rampage
They
had
played one.
Yeah, it took me like 15 minutes to find that.
They played a game, and then they said, no soup for us.
John, here's a picture of Calvin Heimberg.
Looks like a
Calvin
Heimberg.
Heimberg. Calvin Heimberg looks like a stoned 20-year-old Robin Washit.
That you have to hold it up to the studio cam. Yeah, that's Calvin Humber.
Tell me that doesn't look like Robin Washit at 20, stoned.
Little Andy Samberg in there as well.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I got you on the Robin one for sure.
What does Eagle McMahon look like?
He looks like a goober, but he's really good.
Let me guess. He looks like Vince McMahon, but with a mustache.
He does not.
No.
He doesn't have any facial hair.
He's never been in a weight room in his life.
Oh, really? Is like Tiger tried to change the world of golf because he was so fit. That's Eagle McMahon?
Yeah.
Oh God.
But again, very good.
That is the least Eagle McMahon looking Eagle McMahon I've ever McMahon.
So Nick, you're traveling several hours to go to the tour.
Dynamic Discs Open.
Froth! Exclamation.
Does it have a sponsor, by the way?
Dynamic Discs.
Dynamic
that's
Discs.
the sponsor.
Okay, good.
It's like waste management.
How many people go to these events?
I don't know. A lot.
Do you have to buy a ticket?
Yeah. Tickets already bought.
Now, are you going to sit at a hole or are you going to follow?
I'm going to follow. I got a few
Okay.
people picked out. I don't know who's going to be there because it starts today and there's a list of people I'd like to see, but you don't know who's going to make the cutoff. Sunday's the last day.
Do they do 72 holes like the golfers?
Yeah, they play.
Yeah.
18 a day.
18 over 4 days.
Yes.
Froth!
Exclamation point.
This is awesome, Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
And so you're going to go to the Royals game on Sunday? Is it?
Monday. I was thinking about maybe going to the one on Monday, but it kind of depends.
Oh, because next week's your week off.
Yeah, I'm off next week.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at you. You're home free after this.
Mm-hmm. Just gotta get out of here tonight at a decent time. I got some work to do before next week.
This is exciting. I look forward to you documenting your weekend and your week.
Thank you.
I really do.
You've earned it, Nick.
Yes, you have.
I'm excited. This is going to be the best forced vacation of my life.
I could send you to a good barbecue place if you're interested as
hello.
well.
I'm open to barbecue.
Okay. I got you.
Thank you.
I got you. I'll be there eating lunch in Kansas City on Sunday and then sitting in my chair, burning in the hot sun and being fat as hell.
Hell yeah.
And
Why
eating.
is the sun burn brighter and hotter at Kauffman Stadium?
I don't know.
Is it because it's all concrete?
Maybe.
Yeah, it helps.
Don't
Don't you strategically, as I do, plan my seats in spots where it will be in shade most of the game?
I actually will be in shade most of the game on Sunday.
Good.
So
There you go.
I don't.
That's-
Those aren't my usual seats, but
Oh, you have your own because there's so few people that go. You just get your own private seat.
actually, kind of, yeah.
Wow.
Guys,
Well, we have
Connor's coming today.
We have a nice deal with the Royals since we're an affiliate of the
And the
Kansas City
Royals.
Royals. And I believe that I'm the only person who actually takes advantage of this deal that we have.
I might take advantage.
What is? Remind me of this deal. Is it the same deal we used to have many years ago?
I believe, and Stacy would know better. I believe that we basically just get a pool of money that we get to spend throughout an entire baseball season. And you could allocate it to which, depending on how many tickets you think you're going to give away to the people in the building.
What?
You could allocate it to whatever you want. Yeah, Josh. Yeah.
What?
And
Yeah, this is news to us.
well, maybe you guys should just ask.
I think I'm going to try to get to a game for sure in June before the College World Series.
We
Like I
just
wanna-
have money we got to spend with the Royals?
I mean, you use it or lose it, baby.
Is it true?
Can we
if you
use it?
don't
Can we use it
you
on
lose
beer
it?
and concessions?
No.
Oh,
No.
but what if I wanted an ice cream helmet?
Tickets and parking, baby. No,
Oh,
you have
tickets
to.
in park.
You'll have to buy your own ice cream.
You
helmet.
text Jake Eisenberg.
He does like those. I do have his number. I haven't talked to Jake in a while. Maybe on Monday I'll be like, "Hey Jake, what's up? Want to get me an ice cream helmet?"
No, I'm working. What are you doing talking?
I'm
about?
broadcasting
Jake,
a baseball game.
Jake, I know baseball now. Let me up there with you.
That's true.
Let me be your color commentator.
I would like that to happen only so I could get a picture of you and Denny Matthews together.
I would love to have a picture with Denny Matthews.
I think you would too.
And the Royals. So listening to the MLB, the radio call of his when the Royals won the World Series. is
Great
the
games
most-
have been broadcast on the radio since 1921.
Oh my
Yes.
God. I love getting that 3 times in a row. The Denny Matthews World Series call is the most underwhelming World Series call I've heard in
No,
my life.
Yeah.
really?
And the
From
Royals
Mr.
won the
Excitement
World
himself?
Series.
I'm shocked.
He was
Like-
mildly more excited in 1985 when he was counting down because the Royals won game 7 11-1 in 1985.
Yeah, it was a blowout. It was a
And
big
he was
blowout.
counting down from like the 6th inning on. He was like 12 outs to go. And then he kept on getting like mildly more excited with each out.
So by the time it got to 0, it was 0 outs to go.
Royals win. We'll be back after this.
Back when the totals. We did a bit here on the Grum a
Steve's
few
back
years
with the
ago
totals after
where it
this.
was Denny Matthews calls famous moments in history, and we had the Hindenburg explosion. And the blimp is on fire, and it's crashing to the ground, and it's down.
He's an American treasure, man.
Back with the totals in a moment.
It's just really funny when they play 3 of those.
And it's never him, too. He's gone. The second the game ends, he leaves because Steve has the totals after this.
First of all, why do they need to play those MLB radio promos while you're listening to MLB radio? Because you already got MLB radio. You're listening to it.
I think it's better than the Scott's feed your lawn feed.
Yeah, honestly.
Getting-
So I'll take it.
But it is really funny to hear all of like just NLCS calls. Super stoked.
Bob Euchre with the Brewers advancing.
Oh, people just
Punch
going
all the
absolutely
bases.
nuts.
You'll never have a bigger home run
Yeah.
than this one.
Yeah.
And then
And the Royals have won a World Series.
Yep.
And
That's
then,
so true.
What I believe is
what's the Giants one? That's
Kirk
an
Gibson
old one.
home
The
run?
Giants win the pennant. The
Yeah.
Giants win the pennant.
The
Russ
Giants
Hodges.
win the pennant.
That's one of the, do you know the story behind that? Here, it's another time for educate young Nick on baseball.
Baseball time with John.
So that was 1951, and the Dodgers were up buku games.
Were they still the Trolley Dodgers?
No,
Oh.
but they were Brooklyn, and they were up buku games all season long. And then slowly but surely, the Giants started nipping
Creeping up.
away at the lead.
Mhm.
Now, it later became found out that they were stealing signs,
Oh,
but that's
That's
beside
okay.
the point. So they end up tied at the end of the regular season. So back then they did a best of 3 playoff, and it came down to the final game, and they're trailing 4-2 in the Polo Grounds, which is
Mhm.
where the Giants played. And Bobby Thompson hits a 3-run home run to win the game. That's all. You get the Giants win the pennant. Giants win the pennant. There was a Dodger fan who hated the Giants so much that he turned on his radio, and he had his big old reel-to-reel or whatever he recorded it on, tape recorder, and he had the microphone next to the radio because he wanted the sound of Russ Hodges crying.
Such a great bit.
And then instead, it turns into what it was. And to the young man's credit, instead of destroying the tape, he sold it to Russ Hodges for $10.
amazing.
And that's why the call survived.
Amazing.
I
I like
mean,
that story.
It honestly sounds like that when you listen to it.
Yeah.
When you listen to
That
it
he's
does.
just recording it straight off the radio because that's what he was doing.
That's exactly what it sounds like. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
That's
how
a great
that,
story, John. I didn't
that's
know
how
That is
that.
a
call
really cool
survived.
story. I love that.
That's how that call
This
survived.
is why I like baseball. We get fun stories like this.
There's many fun stories in baseball.
I bet there's fun stories like that in Froth.
There's some fun stories in disc golf. Yeah.
Froth.
lay one on us.
You know the history. You know the game.
Great moments in Froth have been broadcast on the radio since 1921.
Let's go back to Eagle McMahon Sr.
Josh, you should do that in Jordan's
his-
number 23 in
and-
Jordan's old arena.
Yeah. Back to 1912 and the Broken Bow Open.
Nice.
It was a
It's kind of windy out
It
there.
was a windy day out in the middle of nowhere, Nebraska, but Eagle McMahon Sr.
Eagle McMahon takes the pitch.
There is
1940s man could do it. Yeah.
There-
Oh, yeah.
there is something that they call the holy shot from James Conrad.
The holy shot.
This is like the shot heard around the world.
Yeah, he throws the greatest shot in disc golf history. This was
Whoa.
at the 2021 championships, I think.
This is 3 years ago.
This has been around professionally since the 90s, I think.
So, what was the great? Why
What
was it the
happened?
greatest shot?
I don't know the history.
You
behind
don't
it.
even
This was
know
before-
the
I'm watching-
greatest shot?
I've seen it before. I think it's an ace. I think it came
You'd
down
have
to.
to think it would have to be.
Sure.
Well, I think it was a playoff, and it came down between him and another dude, and then it was an ace.
Wow,
It's
winning a
called the holy
playoff
shot.
on an ace. What a
That's-
flex.
It's a hole in
Yeah.
one.
It is-
Big
that is
time.
pretty cool.
What an ace means.
That's also what it means in golf.
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was just called a hole in one in golf.
And tennis.
And
and
an
And an
golf.
ace.
It was in fact an ace.
There you go. I would hope so.
How
Hopefully
long
it
was,
wasn't just
how
a
long
tap
was
in
the
play.
throw?
450
Does it have its own Wikipedia
Maybe it
page?
wasn't an ace. I think it might have been an eagle.
well, that doesn't make
Although I mean, we have some great golf shots that all-time great golf shots that end up being second shots.
No, sure, yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
Tiger's shot at the Masters when he chipped in, that was just for birdie, I think. And that wasn't a long
Correct.
shot or anything like
Correct.
Conrad trailed Paul McBeth by 1 stroke heading into the final hole of the World Champions. After Conrad's drive hit a tree, he was forced to lay up his second shot. So then
Okay.
it was the holy shot.
But he still passed the other gentleman.
Yes. I mean,
For-
it was
for the win.
It was a decent distance away.
that. Huge. I mean, yeah. Sounds awesome.
Yeah, it was sick.
Is there a lost radio call of that somewhere?
No, they just have video.
Oh,
It
okay.
was the
Just on
number
YouTube.
1 play on Sports Center that day.
Was it? So there's video.
John Boy broke
Yeah,
it
no,
down.
they
on his
broadcast
YouTube
it. There's
channel.
actual broadcast. You can pay an app.
Oh,
for
is this where
streaming
Johnny
service.
Miller ended up?
I don't know. I don't understand.
Johnny Miller was the golf analyst on NBC for a long time. He
Yeah.
was very polarizing because he actually had opinions and would not be afraid to share them.
I believe he's doing. I
Ostracized.
believe he's on the call with Tom Brenneman doing the play-by-play.
I consider myself a man of faith.
Holy shot!
This may be the last time you ever hear my voice again.
This might be the last time I put on this headset.
James Conrad's going to take us the rest of the way.
I want to go to the Portland Pickles stadium just to see the stairs that have that entire transcript going up the stairs.
They
Do they
have
really?
Yep,
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
They do.
they
Yeah.
do.
What league is that?
Like on the face of the step, like that you could see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
as you're walking up the steps.
Yeah.
If you stood in front of the staircase, you could see the whole speech.
Wow, that's amazing.
Oh my God.
They're one of the collegiate summer baseball wooden bat teams.
Okay.
Of all,
College Summer League.
wow.
That's amazing.
The Portland Pickles are great.
So instead of all the other famous things like Lou Gehrig's speech or
if Chance was a baseball team, he would be the Portland Pickles.
Chance was it? Well,
They
they make
have like 9/11.
yeah, they
night.
do 9 or 11
No, but like
stuff?
their social media, like the things they do, like putting that transcript on the
Sure,
stairs. That's
sure.
something Chance would do.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty funny.
that is good. That is good. I
Poor Tom Brenneman though.
Chance says, "Hell yeah, can confirm."
well, everyone's got their place.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a college summer league team, might as well find a way for people to buy your stuff
Yep,
and
I'm
sure.
show up to the game.
Show up.
That's where we got the Dairy Daddies.
The Dairy Daddies. The Malmo Milkers.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
The Dairy
Utter
Daddies.
tuggers.
That was supposed to be.
Hey,
your
when's
bit last year.
when's oat milk night at Werner Park?
August. It's
It's a weeknight, right?
they got very
It's a Tuesday in August.
they got very lucky.
They did.
They did not have to spend a highly attended weekend game being the Malmo Oat Milkers or whatever it is. So they're very I can pass along that they are very happy about that.
Good.
Yeah, we are thrilled. For
I
them.
am definitely happy about that.
We are thrilled for them.
Last week there was a Tuesday, or last year there was a Tuesday in August. It was that week where it was 800 degrees all week,
Mhm, mhm.
and it was the most humid place that I have ever been in. It was the Tuesday night out there, and less people go to their games on Tuesday night anyway. There could not have been more than 45 people there. Like, it
Oh,
was
no.
amazing. It was worse than like if it was snowing at the beginning of the season, which
Oh,
it sometimes
yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
A snowy day game in April.
Yeah.
It's the beauty of Northern baseball. You get
Hell
all
yeah.
you get all the seasons in one year.
In all kinds of weather, John.
You don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes. Am I right?
Hey,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why we can't wait till the College World Series.
Where we don't get all kinds of weather. It's either
It's
hot,
just
or
hot.
raining.
There's only two.
There's only two kinds,
It
hot
wasn't
and raining.
super bad last year in the booth.
No, you're right.
It actually wasn't
last
that
year-
hot.
last
They got
year
us
was-
a new fan last year.
2 years
too.
ago was hot.
Yeah,
Oh, it
2
was
years ago was
rough.
bad, but last year it was tolerable.
I feel bad though because he got us that brand new fan and we didn't have to use it.
Whoa.
What's it like? What's it like up there?
Yeah, we're gonna lose that thing
Yeah.
if you're not careful.
Mm.
We're gonna lose it. You know,
I'm
if you don't,
sweating
if
like
you
a
don't
grease
use
monkey,
it, you lose it.
and my skin's burning
Or
off my body.
Maybe it
outside.
wasn't hot in the booth because of the brand new fan.
Maybe.
Thank
I
you,
honestly,
fan.
I don't even remember the fan.
I do because it's right behind me.
Yeah.
Booth
Comes in
seems
handy.
nice. Booth seems nice.
Nice booth.
Wish I was in a booth.
Well, you get to be in the.
Josh is sweating like a grease monkey.
Mhm.
Connor
OBB.
Happer's sweating like a grease monkey.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, it's not good. Have you checked the weather for your Frolf! Exclamation point.
It's gonna be windy. It's usually windy there.
Ooh.
Is that good or bad?
I mean, it'll be entertaining.
Okay.
I mean, it's bad for the professional frolfers, but
Okay.
if they're good, then they can cut through the wind. But sometimes the wind, you can only do so much.
Is there ever been an issue with someone getting their eye gouged out because a frolfer hit them with?
I mean, I don't know about that specifically, but there's been some instances of bystanders, spectators being hit. There's been cameramen. There was a cameraman last year who got drilled in the face.
Ooh,
And it hurts to get hit by those. They're
I'm
going
sure they
fast
do
and they're
because
plastic.
it's hard plastic.
Then I'm sure they can really, really huck it.
There was I was playing once at Seymour Smith, and there was a guy who didn't wait for me to clear the area where the
Wow.
chains are, and I heard him say, "Watch out!" And then I turned around. There was a disc coming for me. I Spider-Man.
Watch out!
Do they not say 4?
They do sometimes they
Okay.
say 4, sometimes they say
Okay.
heads up, but it's just like just went right past my nose.
Be a
Watch out is
professional.
definitely a much cooler version of 4.
Mhm.
Yes,
Mhm.
Heads up,
I would agree.
much better.
Are the frolfing discs? Are they a hard plastic?
Yeah, do you want me to go get mine out of my office?
They're pretty heavy,
Yeah.
actually.
Are they?
I'll be back.
Oh,
He's bringing his frolf disc.
I'm trying to find where I'm trying to find this Creighton game on ESPN Plus.
Okay.
I
correct.
thought it started at 5.
No, they moved it up
moved
to
it
2
Because
because of the weather.
Quick. Now that Nick's not in the room, we can talk about him.
Yeah. I find it, first of all, I find it hilarious that he's going to Emporia, Kansas to watch a
watch
Frolf.
frolf.
That is
Okay.
pretty funny. So maybe I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was.
He's on vacation.
I
That's
guess so.
true. Everyone's got. Wow, that looks like a plate.
Don't put the back toward the camera. My number's on there.
Cover it up.
Oh, your Social Security.
Yeah.
Interesting. There's
What?
there's the disc.
Hold on, let me.
It is a very hard disc. The
Vibrant.
edges.
Nice
are.
disc.
I could understand this would hurt
Yeah.
because these are hard edges and it's very dense. I can't show here. I'll cover your number, but there's a little concave inside. And normally on a normal frisbee, the lip is smaller. This is a
And
thicker
that's
lip.
so that's a driver. Different discs have different
Ooh.
edges and stuff. I don't have all my
look,
discs.
This
with
is Kristen Tartar.
me. Yeah, it's Kristen Tatar. That's the commemorative disc from when she won the championship.
Is that
last
like
season.
steak tartar?
No.
Kristen Tartar.
So she was last year's world champion,
Yes, she was.
and she is a 2-time world champion.
She's from Estonia, and she has a Porsche sponsorship.
Damn.
She
Hell
has a
yeah.
Porsche sponsorship
Yep.
for throwing frisbees.
Can't
She's
throw
very
a
good.
Porsche, Nick.
I understand she's very good, but the reason why, and I'm not criticizing that, she would have sponsors, but you usually gear the sponsors towards the type of crowd you want buying your vehicles.
Yes.
I don't mean to stereotype, but I don't see a lot of frolfers buying Porsches.
It's an Estonia
Great point.
Porsche dealership specifically.
Hmm.
It's specifically a dealership. They give her a Porsche that she can drive in Estonia
Why wasn't it like a Honda or a Toyota Prius?
because they're a Porsche dealership. I don't know.
Volkswagen.
That's
I don't
what
have
I'm
the
saying.
answers.
That's just very odd.
It does seem a little weird.
She gets a
very
Porsche. Good for her.
Maybe they're trying to raise awareness in the Porsche people community.
That'd be like Chase Elliott getting a sponsorship for Volkswagen.
I wonder
It
how
just
much a
doesn't work.
Porsche is in Estonia. It can't be that much, right?
I can't admit. I can't
Buy it over
admit.
there, ship it over here.
Yeah.
Smart.
I drive an Estonia Porsche.
And then Tony Soprano's crew gets a hold of it and they chop it up and they send it back over and they make a whole lot of money.
Nice.
She is also, I think she might be the most popular sports person from Estonia.
Kristen Tartar.
Somehow that
Ooh.
doesn't surprise me.
Right.
Look it up, Josh.
Okay.
Give me the most famous athletes from Estonia.
Are
Do they
they
have
called
a-
Estonian?
By the way, do they have
Ooh, Estonian to English. I didn't know Estonian was a
Well, I think it's over in the block, isn't it?
List of Estonian sports people. Wikipedia page.
Come on. Question before you get to
Yes.
those. Do they have frisbee golf in the Olympics?
No, they should. I think it could be fun.
But
But
Okay. All right, let's see it, Josh. What do we got?
oh, this is
an
you could-
Estonian race walker who competed for the Soviet Union in the 1952 and 1956 Olympics and won bronze on both occasions. His name, Bruno Junk.
Nice.
I'm sure it's,
Bruno Junk.
I'm sure it's not pronounced that way. It's probably Junk or something
Yeah.
like that. But
So That's it. They
Oh,
just have a bunch
no.
of weird,
No, there's-
random sports people.
Yeah. Basketball, biathlon, boxing, canoeing, cross-country skiing.
Click
disc
on
golf.
basketball. Who do they got from basketball?
The only disc golfer is Kristen Tartar.
She's
Basketball.
Estonia's most successful disc golfer of all time.
Well, she might be the only one too. In all fairness,
Oof. I don't know any of these basketball names.
Mm.
Tough look for you. You like basketball.
There's got to be
I
one or
do.
two that have played college basketball over here
Mhm.
that were from Estonia originally.
Football. Wow. I wonder if this is football or football.
I'm guessing it's soccer.
Soccer.
Probably football.
By the way, John, I found the Creighton game.
You did.
I have bad news to deliver.
No, they're already losing.
That is correct.
Oh, I think
What is it?
It's 2-0 St. John's, top of the second.
Oh, well, okay. So they gave up 2 in the first.
They did.
Great. Well,
Man,
that'll be fun to
What a
follow.
weird team.
It is a weird team, but it doesn't help that they have not had starting pitching all season.
By the way, UMass plays Lemoyne today at 3 p.m.
The University of Maryland Eastern Shore.
Yes. They
The
play
team that still
who's
hasn't
0-38.
won a game.
Yep, they play the Lemoyne Dolphins.
Nice. Well, go. This is a big weekend for you, Nick.
It is.
This is a big. All
I'm
your
excited.
favorite teams are in action.
Can't wait.
Well, Nick, we want you to have a good time.
Oh, I was wrong. It's at 12. There's conflict. They need. Oh, they lost. Okay. Oh, it's a doubleheader. They lost the first game.
So they're now 0-40.
0-39.
Oh, I thought that's what Connor said. They were 0-39.
No,
I thought
0-38. But now they're
Oh.
0 because I guess today's a doubleheader. So then the second game starts at 3.
So now they'll be 0-40.
Creighton was once again just the beneficiary of the sun,
Oh,
as St. John's just looked up into the sky and then decided to let the ball fall onto the ground.
Well, that's good. They've got that going for them.
They do. It
which is
led to a
nice.
very big inning the other night.
Yes, it did. Well, we'll hope for the more of the same here today. We'll keep you up to date throughout the Grum.
We will.
Well, Connor, your weekend has now begun.
Exciting.
Enjoy your trip to Kansas City.
I will.
Get in a gas mo before you go.
I plan on
You
it.
will.
I think that is my job this evening.
Mm.
A little Friday night prime time mode.
Friday night's a great night for gas mowing. Yes.
Nice.
Thank you.
Except for if you're Josh and you have a lib vacuum.
I'm gonna fire up the lib machine tonight, I think.
Jeez.
No, it doesn't even do that. It's...
Got some weeds I'm still trying to fight.
you should
Well,
get the
section.
Scotsman to help you.
Feed your lawn. Feed it.
He's a very popular guy this time of year. Every commercial on MLB.tv.
Mm.
Sure is. All right.
All right, Connor.
Enjoy.
thank you.
This will be fun. I'll be listening while I'm gas mowing.
Whoa.
Well,
Honored.
We are.
You guys are like my favorite people. Of course I'm going to listen to this.
Okay.
We're like your favorite people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
There's
Close.
actually 3 other people that are just like us.
Just
They're
like
a little bit better,
Yeah.
but we're like his favorite people.
It's like all the when they had the Seinfeld episode.
Yeah,
All
with-
the other Seinfeld
with the
people.
Bizarro.
Or-
Bizarro Seinfeld. Yeah.
By the
Like,
way,
Bizarro
I
Jerry.
heard today
Star
before
Trek
you
where they all had
leave,
mustaches.
Yeah.
Jerry was on Dan Patrick, and so the
Complaining about woke.
marine biologist,
I saw this clip.
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
marine biologist episode, the George's speech at the end, and the whole golf ball being in the blowhole
In the blowhole.
was
Yeah.
He
not
was angry that day, my friends.
was not originally in the script.
Yeah.
And then the night before, they wrote it, and George delivered it. Jason Alexander delivered it perfectly. And so when you watch Jerry's reaction, because the camera cuts to him and he's got this wide-eyed reaction, that is his actual reaction because he is amazed that George has taken this thing that was written last second in front of a live audience and delivering it with absolute perfection.
Well, because he said they didn't have the storylines connected yet. And
Yeah.
that was always the amazing thing about that show.
was it
their
always came
ability-
back
it
They
was
around?
always
ran
come back
into
in.
each other at the end.
And
yeah.
it just came to him last
Yeah.
second. Awesome.
Yeah.
Great
that's
story.
that's that theater background of Jason Alexander.
Jerry's out
That's
doing
right.
stuff because he's pimping his new horrible movie.
Yeah. The
What was that?
Pop-Tart
Yes,
origin
the Pop-Tart
story.
The
movie
Pop-Tart
is
That
out.
movie bad?
That's what the Chicago Sun-Times
Yeah,
said.
so
Called
Apparent-
it one of the worst movies of the decade.
Oh,
You know, in the
It's been
decade,
5
the
years
decade's
already.
only been 5
Yeah.
years.
true.
They're ready to rule, though.
Wow.
Has there been nothing worse in the last 5 years? 4 years?
I don't know.
Well, the platform that was within the last 5 years, I think.
Was it?
I think. Even if it wasn't in this decade, it's still one of the worst movies in the decade.
Trouble with the Curve was before the last 5 years, so
That wasn't good either.
horrible.
No.
One of the worst of all time.
All right, Connor,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. And we will continue with a Friday Grum. It's Fun Shirt Friday.
Woo!
It's One Beer Friday.
Woo!
And by God, we're not going to get interrupted, and your lives are not going to get interrupted by Mother Nature today.
Hell yeah!
I hope. 1620 The Zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 The Email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Clouds decrease this afternoon, giving way to mostly sunny skies and a high of 73 today. A bit breezy with southeasterly gusts possible up to 20 miles an hour. Overnight tonight, mainly after 10 p.m., a 90% chance for overnight storms. Isolated risk for severe hail and damaging winds. A low of 50. Rain moves out by early Saturday morning with decreasing clouds and increasing sunshine for your Saturday afternoon. Breezy with a high of 64. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
For generations, hardworking people have relied on Ford F-Series trucks to help grow businesses, communities, families. A legacy of capability and technology that has made Ford F-Series America's best-selling trucks 47 years straight. This is the next generation of Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2023 calendar year total sales.
Lindley Clothing can guarantee you will look good, feel good. I just can't fix your golf game. Fantastic golf gear from Peter Millard to Johnny O. Also great tech golf pants from Ballon and golf shoes from Johnson & Murphy. Spring is sprung, and Lindley Clothing and Well Suited is ready to get you ready. Whether it be walking down the aisle, sitting in the audience, or on the 18th hole. Well Suited, perfect option to get great styles for less. And of course, you know the top-notch staff at both Lindley Clothing and Well Suited. They're going to find exactly what you need for that special event. Jack Victor, Bugatti, Samuelson, they've got it all. 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage. And it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Omaha Maverick baseball and softball only have one more home series. Baseball has won their last 5 conference series and leads the Summit League in conference wins. Maverick softball has won every conference series and is in second place in the Summit. This weekend, softball takes on the first place South Dakota State Jackrabbits at Maverick Park. And on May 10th through the 12th, baseball plays first place St. Thomas. Don't forget $4 Fridays. Every Friday, soft drinks, beer, popcorn, hot dogs, and brats are all $4. Get your tickets for baseball or softball by calling 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets.
Every Mother's Day, I stress out trying to find that perfect gift. But this year, I finally found it. The Skylight Frame. The Skylight Frame is a touchscreen photo frame your whole family can upload photos to. Even if you're all spread across the country, Mom and Grandma can share your favorite moments. The Skylight Frame is simple to set up and use. In minutes, your family can email photos straight to your mom's Skylight Frame and surprise her with those special moments. And for that perfect Mother's Day unboxing, you can preload the Skylight Frame with your favorite photos for Mom, and it'll be ready when she unwraps her gift. It's the perfect way to touch her heart and bring you all together, wherever you are. It's the gift of connection. And now, as a special limited-time offer for our listeners, get 15% off your purchase of a Skylight Frame when you go to skylightframe.com/radio. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME.com/radio. Get 15% off your Mother's Day purchase now at skylightframe.com/radio.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John,
Josh,
and Nick.
Oh, sorry. The song already said that. Custom intro for me. Wow.
Nice.
John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, we'll do our best as we wrap up this week. NBA first round winding down, baseball winding down. Well, college baseball and more. And it's a One Beer Friday.
Woo-hoo. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hey, what do you say?
What?
I'm just saying, what do you say?
And I said what?
We say hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Hello, friends.
Hello. To the final day of the week. And it's been a long week. So we're glad that you made us part of the end of your week.
John's only saying that because he had to hang out with me all week.
Well, I have to hang out with you pretty much every week.
There's normally more of a buffer, though.
Well, I've had buffers. I mean, Michael Severe was a buffer. And then the one day I didn't have a co-host, I was at the ballpark. So it was kind of like not hanging with
Okay.
me. But it is a long week, when you're kind of, working without one leg of your chair. We're a 3-legged chair, but we've got a nice fill-in leg today.
You're a good fill-in leg.
I've been called that many a time before.
The fill-in leg known as producer Josh Odson. Yes. First time we've had a chance to actually do
We've never done a show together.
Well, we wanted to because it's Friday. It's the movie club. You are of movies.
Famously.
Yes.
And by the way, LA Confidential is our film this week. It's on Netflix.
It is.
And we'll be reviewing it with Kent coming up later in the Grum. Might as well get to the Grum Down.
Grum Down.
It's brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Baseball, a lot to play for as we watch Creighton try to figure out a way to win a conference series, but they're trailing 2-0 in the third.
And will UMass win their first game today?
No,
they won't. Nebraska plays tonight as well. We got a lot of that coming up. We can say bye Bucks and see ya Sixers after last night's NBA Game 6s, and then maybe tonight we might be saying let's see.
Move On Magic?
Move On Magic and
Counterspell Magic.
What's the other series?
It's Cleveland and
Cleveland's with Orlando. Clippers.
Clippers.
Yeah.
And
Get sunk Clippers.
And no, we were looking for something alliteration. Not illiterate, but alliteration. Either way. NIL today. This is where the real separation begins. Got some more details of the proposed settlement that's out there on the table for college sports. And boy, it could really change things up. Eric Edholm of NFL.com, our good buddy Ed Edholm, the drafter math. Nice. See what I did there?
I like it. I like it.
The drafter math. As we said, Ken's Movie Club, LA Confidential. We can now call him Commissioner Mike Riley.
Powerful title.
He's very powerful. We will we did reschedule our interview with Kyle Petty. He's going to be in the neighborhood this weekend with about 100 other motorcyclists.
And Richard Petty.
And the king himself.
Whoa.
He'll join us.
And his hat.
He won't be. Well, he could, because as I pointed out to Kyle during the interview, by the way, the interview was recorded. That's why we couldn't air it last week. The king now could wear his famous hat because we don't have helmet laws in this state.
That's true.
Now it would probably blow off. I don't know if he has a chin strap for that.
Maybe he has a motorcycle hat where it's got the little chin strap on it specifically.
That would be hilarious. Put a chin strap on that thing.
It's a funny image.
We are the best city in America. So much so that nobody would want to leave and everybody wants to move in.
Huh.
And it's a One Beer Friday, brought to you by Lucky Bucket and the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. I see they brought us a nice selection of some of their finest brews.
They did. Also, share what you're drinking with the hashtag One Beer Friday. You know what you could win, Josh? Not you, but the people.
Win?
What?
$25 to Lucky Bucket.
Whoa. I'm drunk right now. Do I win?
No.
That gives us a thumbs up. See, normally Josh just grabs a beer and goes back to his office. Now he gets to join and do it here with us in studio.
With my friends.
Are they
and
here?
dare I
Are
say
they coming?
family.
Oh.
I didn't know he was your son.
Dad?
Normally he drinks alone. Yeah, with nobody else. 402-951-1620. That's the 42 Degrees the Source hotline. You can also hit us up in the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Just a couple of days left to vote in our Husker fan expectation poll, phase 2. 91% of you believe Nebraska is going to a bowl game. Highest number we've ever gotten. Highest ever. You can also email John at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, or Josh O. Right?
That's
Josh
correct.
O.
Yes. You can nail it.
I just type in your name and it just automatically populates. So I don't even look at what it says. It's just there. But it is Josh O.
Josh O. Yeah.
At 1620thezone.com. That's how you can get a hold of us. Equitable. Take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. Got to take a break because Eric Edholm's going to be coming up very shortly. So stay right there. We are 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
The Nebraska Spa Expo on May 3rd through the 5th with 30 plus hot tubs and swim spas on display
From multiple manufacturers.
up to 50% off retail pricing. Hot tubs from $44.99.
Same day delivery.
0% financing. Act now. Only 3 days. Come get factory direct savings on a new hot tub or swim spa.
This May 3rd through the 5th.
At the Mid-America Center. 3 days only. The Nebraska Spa Expo.
Right now, and for a very limited time, get a free $500 quarter-carat oval natural diamond pendant valued at $500 for free with a purchase of $500 or more at Greenberg's Jewelers. Or receive a set of half-carat total weight diamond studs valued at $1,000 absolutely free when you buy $1,000 or more in gorgeous Greenberg's jewelry. It's a real buy one, get one free opportunity during Greenberg's Jewelers Celebrating Love's spring event. Get mom that special Mother's Day gift. Or maybe you have an anniversary, special birthday, or graduation coming up. You can give 2 pieces of jewelry or keep the free earrings or pendant for yourself. Greenberg's won't tell. Don't miss these tremendous buy one, get one free opportunities during Greenberg's Jewelers Celebrating Love Spring event, happening for a very limited time only at Greenberg's Jewelers. Greenberg's Jewelers, a cut above the rest. West Roads Mall.
Moms everywhere deserve a day to be pampered and celebrated. The Woodcliff Restaurant in Fremont is the place to take the moms in your life this Mother's Day. Enjoy the short drive to Woodcliff Lake and pamper her with culinary excellence. The menu will tantalize everyone's palate and the ambiance will bring a sense of peace. Call today and make your reservation because let's face it, they will fill up and you don't want to miss out. 402-721-2922, thewoodcliffrestaurant.com or on Facebook for specials and events.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
It's a good thing. So people need to get on board and shut the hell up.
On 1620 The Zone.
John and Josh Odson, that is, today on Sportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone. Last night, Sixers gave it a go. They were competitive, but nothing worse than getting stung by your own hometown people. Their own fans for not showing up. Remember yesterday we told you, the Sixers bought 2,000 of their own tickets and gave them to, first responders, healthcare workers, who must also all be Knick fans. So, because it was funny watching the game last night, and I had it on the background because I was working on the 1620 The Jays pod, and I wasn't like, but I would hear like the crowd get excited, like, oh, Philly must have. Oh no, that was the Knicks scoring again. And then I look, oh, that was the Knicks scoring again. So they couldn't handle that. Then secondly, you got Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo, all former national champions for Villanova.
Nova stand up.
Nova stand up. Welcome to the Big East, New York Knicks. It was a good game. It was a good game. They gave it a good go.
What were the Sixers doing in the last 20 seconds of that game?
Good question. I don't know. I really don't.
Did they ever think to wonder, why is Joel Embiid so wide open for a 2-point basket with 11 seconds left?
Mm-hmm.
Not saying you need a 3 there, but
right. Well, there's plenty of time.
They let him have it.
They did let him have it, but it still wasn't enough. So the Knicks move on and the Pacers move on. So sad for our co-host yesterday, Matt Foster. The Bucks are out, but not surprising. I mean, he didn't have Giannis.
Too injured.
Too banged up, and
apparently too soft as well.
Ooh. Those fighting Woods.
Cancun on 3.
1, 2, 3, Cancun. So it'll be Indiana and New York in the next round. Is America ready for the Knicks in the conference finals? I guess maybe are the Knicks ready? Is New York ready?
New York
for the
ready,
Knicks
yeah.
in the conference finals, especially if it's against Boston, which it'll probably be.
They do need to put some guardrails up for that city.
Oh, I think so.
Bing bong! Yeah, you can't just be bing bonging around that city like they were last night.
No, not at all. But they're we're one step closer to both of those things happening. And did you see this? Did you hear about this? The Lakers have found the reason. They found the reason why they lost.
They've identified the problem.
They have
That's
identified
good. That's
the
first
problem.
step.
They have removed the cancer. The cancer has a name. It's Darvin Ham. Yeah.
Gee, whoever will they get to replace him?
I don't know. I think we should ask LeBron.
You know anybody that you're working with on the side?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in a podcast form.
Possibly. Yeah, Darvin Ham fired today after just 2 years. It is not easy to be a coach in the NBA.
Every coach that has won the in-season tournament has been immediately fired.
That is an incredible hit rate.
Mm-hmm.
That is an incredible hit rate.
Every single coach that has won the in-season tournament fired at the end of that season.
Do you suppose that Darvin has that on his resume when he applies for his next job?
First, I won the in-season
accomplishments. 2023-24 NBA in-season tournament champs.
They hung a banner. I don't know if you heard.
They did hang a banner. Man, is that going to be an awkward ceremony next year when they honor the 1-year anniversary?
Let's bring the whole team back.
The whole team's coming back. Oh, no. Who invited Darvin? Did someone invite Darvin? Someone forgot to invite Darvin.
And it changes. It's not dham at Lakers.com anymore. I don't know how to reach them.
Well, coming up next, we are going to review the NFL draft from last week. Our good friend Eric Edholm will join us from NFL Media, and we'll take a hop, skip, and a jump around the league on this One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. I'm John. He's Josh Odson. That is 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
If there's one thing that you can count on every spring, it's that we're going to have to deal with some hail. J-Tech Construction is the company to call to make it right again. J-Tech Construction specializes in siding, roofing, windows, and gutters, even solar. They're trained for insurance claims assistance, and they can help with your insurance company. Turn to the team the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Use your favorite search engine to find J-Tech Construction online and schedule a free estimate today.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil. Storm Chasers are in Des Moines to take on the I-Cubs tonight. First pitch scheduled for 7:08. Listen to the game on your home for Storm Chasers baseball, 1290 Coil.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Every Mother's Day, I stress out trying to find that perfect gift. But this year, I finally found it. The Skylight Frame. The Skylight Frame is a touchscreen photo frame your whole family can upload photos to. Even if you're all spread across the country, Mom and Grandma can share your favorite moments. The Skylight Frame is simple to set up and use. In minutes, your family can email photos straight to your mom's Skylight Frame and surprise her with those special moments. And for that perfect Mother's Day unboxing, you can preload the Skylight Frame with your favorite photos for Mom, and it'll be ready when she unwraps her gift. It's the perfect way to touch her heart and bring you all together, wherever you are. It's the gift of connection. And now, as a special limited-time offer for our listeners, get 15% off your purchase of a Skylight Frame when you go to skylightframe.com/radio. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME.com/radio. Get 15% off your Mother's Day purchase now at skylightframe.com/radio.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Creighton still trails 2-0 at St. John's. They're in the top of the fourth. We'll keep an eye on that score. And, of course, Nebraska's got Minnesota this weekend. More on those games and their importance coming up a little bit later in the Grum. John and Josh Odson with you here this afternoon, and joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline, a week removed-ish from the NFL draft, having completely decompressed, Eric Edholm of NFL.com. You have decompressed, haven't you, Eric?
I have. The last 2 days, I've had a little bit of time to, do all the errands I've ignored since January and things like that, but it had a surprisingly decompressing feeling.
Beyond getting perhaps their franchise quarterback, the Bears really have cashed in on that draft trade with Carolina from last year. Now, and given the jury is out on Bryce Young, could this be the Bears' Herschel Walker trade moment to move them out of the doldrums?
Yeah, it was a massive trade for Ryan Poles, and obviously I think this feels like a year where there's some real expectations. So there's obviously some pressure on him, on Matt Eberflus. Some have suggested they're, even though it's sort of an arranged marriage, a lot of people think that they could be tied together. This is a big feather in his cap, right? I mean, this is if it pays off the way everybody expects it to. Now, Caleb, I think, obviously has to adjust to the NFL life and the crazy expectations that are being levied on him here. I mean, look, a lot of people in Chicago really wanted Justin Fields to succeed. I think there are some who are quietly still mad that trade happened and that the Bears didn't get very much for him in return. So I wouldn't be shocked if fans turn on Caleb a little bit if he isn't lighting it up or if Jaden Daniels is better or something like that. So there is still pressure, but if you see the work they've done the last 2 years in whole and how many pieces of the roster have been touched by that trade, it's hard not to think that was, sort of his crowning moment as GM so far.
When you look at the quarterbacks, Eric, which of the six has the most pressure on them early?
I think it's got to be Caleb. I really do. I mean, you could make a case for Daniels. I would, again, I don't know if it's you say unexpected number 2 pick, but for the longest time, I think everybody had been kind of slotting Drake May back to really a year ago. We started doing those way too early 2024 watch lists and things like that. May was kind of the unquestioned sidekick, if you will, the number, a very good plan B if you don't get Williams. And, Jaden Daniels comes along, has a tremendous season at LSU. There's no one questioning that. I think he's got all the skill set to succeed in this league. But, in Washington, even though it is a full rebuild, I mean, you could take some hits behind that offensive line if they don't upgrade it. So I still think it's Williams probably the most. You could make a sneaky case for Bo Nix too. I mean, again, it would also be pressure on Sean Payton to develop him quickly. And, were they aggressive enough in getting the right guy? Was this always their plan A and things like that? I mean, but I think Williams has to be number one, even if it's the convenient or easy choice.
Eric, what would you say the most likely resolution to the Marvin Harrison NFLPA spat is?
You got me. I mean, my editor and I were obviously he didn't have. You could buy the jersey of 256 of the draft picks that happened over the weekend, or at least the early round ones, certainly, except for Marvin. And my editor, I said, "Did you see this thing? He hasn't signed his agreement yet." He said, "What does he want?" And that's the question. I mean, he isn't, or at least hasn't been. I got a chance to talk to him the day before the draft, and I felt like he was pretty candid and was open, but we didn't really catch wind of all this stuff until after this story kind of developed. So I don't know what the answer is. I really don't, and it's fascinating to watch. I don't know if it's the story a lot of people are following, but it certainly has ramifications. He went about his pre-draft process in a very unusual way, different way. That some teams were maybe a little put off by, but when you have the kind of talent he does, guess what? You wield a little more power than everybody else. So, I think he went in knowing he's got a pretty good leg to stand on with his draft status. I don't know if there's an end game here, if this is just a way to try to get a better deal or something like that. But, as far as I understand, everybody signs the same contract.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com, joining us as we're now post 1 week from the NFL draft. Did the Rams, in your opinion, do the most that they could given where they were picking, what was available to them, and filling out what is going to be an obvious weakness with the retirement of Aaron Donald, getting Verse and Fiske from Florida State?
Yeah, when they used most of their clock, we hadn't had a first-round draft pick since 2016 since Jared Goff.
They were just soaking it in. They were just like, man, this is cool. We're actually working today.
One of two things, right? Either it's them just basking in the moment of feeling what a first-round draft pick is like, or I thought, oh my gosh, they're gonna mess with everybody and trade out here. They didn't. Jared Verse, I think, was a great value at 19. That's about where I had him rated, and you could just see his high energy style really kind of fitting them. And he and Braden Fisk are really close. They only spent 1 year together, but apparently they formed quite the bond lining up next to each other. And you throw that in with Byron Young. They drafted last year. Kobe Turner, both had great rookie years, I think above expectations. Maybe some of that happened because they were playing alongside Aaron Donald, so that effect can't be overlooked. I put the Rams, I want to say, 17th in my power rankings, and I heard a lot of flack from Rams fans saying, "Are you kidding me? This is a good team." And I thought, it is a good team for sure. I think numbers 11 through 24 there's not much separating them. That middle chunk of the NFL is big, and there isn't a whole lot of disparity between them. And I'm sorry, you lose a Hall of Fame defensive tackle, a singular defender in this league, who drew attention like nobody else, at least at that position. I'm going to be a little bit hesitant. Matthew Stafford, possibly this twilight season. We don't know. I mean, is he still going to be able to be healthy enough to make it through a year? So there's still some questions, but I think you're right. I really liked the overall approach of their draft. And I've always said, an eye for less needs talent evaluation. I always felt like, there's some times where I don't quite understand what he's doing, but there are other times where I definitely feel like, all right, I see what he's going for. I know I can understand the process here. And this is one of those years. They had a really strong class top to bottom.
Have things been smoothed over in that quarterback room in Atlanta?
I wish I knew the answer to that. There's a couple of good questions there. I mean, really, that's the element of it. We all talk and sit back from our couches and say, what is Atlanta doing? How could they? I wasn't as torn up as everybody else was about the situation. I guess what I kept coming back to was, look, if you pay your quarterback this much guaranteed money and expect him to be your starter, you better well darn have a darn good backup, I would say, because if you lose him, and this guy is coming off an Achilles injury, you suffer one, you're more likely to suffer a second one. There you go. Your season would be over. Now with Penix, they have a chance. Obviously, you're not rooting for Cousins to get hurt. You don't expect it to happen, but things happen like this that can derail a season in a heartbeat. So, from that standpoint, I think everybody's kind of calmed down a little bit. But, will Cousins I mean, he's always been sort of known as a good dude. You know, he's built good relationships with some of his backups and things like that, but hard not to think that this is a little bit of an awkward deal. I suspect by, you know, OTAs and mini camps, everything will kind of be smoothed over, but there'll always be a little bit of awkwardness out there, you know, the young gun versus the old vet. And I don't know. I'm fascinated to see how it turns out, I guess.
Talking with Eric Edholm of NFL.com. Of course, the drama last week with the 49ers was, would they trade Brandon Ayuk? Would they trade Deebo Samuel? Do you think that drama is over just because the draft is over, or is this something could linger into the offseason?
It'll be a talking point. People will, you know, obviously in these wintry summer months, as far as football coverage is concerned, right? We're stretching every news story to the biggest possible thing and everything. But yeah, I mean, I think people will talk about it outside the building a little bit. It'll still be one of those storylines we kick around a little. If I had to guess that they're gonna play next season with both, I think they looked into it. I think their greatest fear was they trade him away and it's an AJ Brown type of situation, and it just, you know, they had put so much pressure, Tennessee did, on their first round pick becoming AJ Brown's replacement. I felt like that was the tough part about it. And had they drafted Ricky Pearsall in that, you know, in that same type of situation and traded Deebo away or traded Brandon Ayuk away, it would have been hard for him to avoid those kind of expectations. Everyone kind of views it as a 1-for-1. This guy's replacing that guy. He's got to be as good as that previous guy was. Well, you know, wide receiver, you can have a magical season as a rookie, but more often than not, guys struggle. So, yeah, I don't exactly know how it's all going to turn out, but I suspect, if I had to guess, that they're going to try to make one more run with both guys and then try to figure it out next offseason, because they'll have to move on from one, I would imagine.
The Bills trading out of the first round certainly had a lot of people up in arms, considering all the talent they had at receiver. But in your mind, if it had been with anybody else but Kansas City and the Chiefs didn't use the pick on Xavier Worthy like they did, do you think it would have been criticized that harshly?
Absolutely not. No. I mean, I think, you know, there's always disappointment when your team trades down. You know, you're gearing up and you've been waiting for 3 hours, and here's your chance to watch your team pick, and then they move down. You go, oh, okay, right? But I think the optics of it, Kansas City having, you know, put its foot on the neck of the Bills in crucial games time after time. You know, Bills have won a few too, but certainly when it mattered most, that's really when those games went Kansas City's way. And right, the fact that both teams needed wide receivers, both teams felt like they had to come out of this draft, especially early in the first round or two, with a playmaker. That only added to the angst, I think, for Bills fans who watched. Let's face it, a significant chunk of their team go bye-bye, right? I mean, trading Stephon Diggs right before the draft had to sting. They probably knew they had to do it, but, you know, trading him to an AFC contender as well, you know, it's hard not to look and say, all right, does Buffalo even consider themselves contenders? They do, but it's you know, this is a added pressure for Keon Coleman too, the guy they eventually selected. I don't know. This is going to be really interesting. Sean McDermott is, you know, I mean, he's kind of staved off death a couple times as far as his coaching career is concerned. And, you know, this is going to be a big year for him to show that they can win without all the firepower they had previously.
The New York Giants looked to move into New England's spot, but then when that wasn't available, they decided, all right, we're going to stay pat. We're going to build around Daniel Jones at least for a year and went after Malik Neighbors. Considering what was possible out there, do you think that was the solid move?
I mean, Malik Neighbors, he was my number 3 overall player in this draft. I had him, he and Marvin Harrison really close. Caleb number 1. You know, I had Drake May 4th. So again, Joe Shane, I know what he's thinking, and I can fully back that concept of, we had one quarterback we wanted to move up for. We weren't going to take JJ McCarthy. We have a receiver that obviously could help make the difference for a quarterback we signed. We didn't draft him, but, you know, Shane and his front office signed him to an extension. And, you know, it's funny, if you listen hard enough, you also hear the whispers of, remember when Drew Lock signed this offseason, fairly modest deal, not an insane deal for a backup, and kind of was sort of put out there that maybe Locke had a chance to win this job, and he's going to get a lot of the offseason reps. I mean, Daniel Jones has not been cleared yet, still going through rehab. I mean, everything's murky right now, but I don't think they would have signed Locke had they not thought there was a chance he was going to start games from this year. I really think that they fell back on the idea that we do have a veteran here. Maybe next year's class isn't as fancy as this year's at quarterback, but if you don't like a guy, don't draft them. And they clearly love Malik Neighbors. I think he's going to tie that group together. The question is it Jones? Is it Locke? Is it both of them? How do they handle this situation? I suspect it's going to be another year of, trying to figure out the future at quarterback, but I'm all right with the receiver they got.
Joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline, Eric Edholm of NFL.com. It's hard for any draft to really go under the radar, but is there one that's not getting talked about as much that you kind of like?
It's as far as a team, what they
a team.
Draft?
Yeah.
I mean, let me think here. Arizona Cardinals. I mean, I don't know what other people are saying. I haven't been scouring the internet to see winners and losers and things like that. But look, I mean, this is 2 years in a row where I've sat back and said, Yep, I agree. Good pick. I like it, and, maybe not home run swings, but when you're building a team, Washington too. I would say Washington and Arizona with two relatively new front offices. Scott Peters comes over this year, takes over, completely sweep the organization out, head coach, GM, scouting staff, the whole bit. New owner, and then Arizona, obviously last year, Monty Ossenfort gets a chance. He's probably one of the least publicized, Belichick underlings. And he's so far, I think, had a really nice start to his career. And, the jury's still out on Jonathan Gannon. He won 4 games, but he had his team ready to play every week. And if you just sort of go down the line and see what Arizona and Washington did, I mean, granted, they're picking up the tops of every round. So you give them, there's that asterisk to it. But, I thought Johnny Newton was a great value pick. Darius Robinson's going to be a foundational piece for Arizona. Max Melton, the Cardinals got as well. They up and down the line, I thought both teams did a really good job getting value.
One final thing for Eric Edholm of NFL.com. Away from the draft, Roger Goodell did talk openly about that 18th regular season game and also moving the Super Bowl to President's Day weekend. At this point, do you think there's anything that would stop either of these moves?
I mean, the union could try to dig in. The union could say, no, we gave you 17. We're not giving you 18. Depends how hard they feel about it. Obviously, it would come with, as Goodell has said a number of times, 2 preseason games as opposed to 3. That's going to be their way of, sort of 1 for 1. We trade 1 for obviously, you can't treat a regular season game the same as a preseason game, but in this argument, the NFL will. And that's going to be the big push. I think the promise would be more revenue, to get out of that preseason mode, get into the football season quicker, have it last longer, have more games, more opportunities to sell TV rights and tickets. I mean, we've seen how hard they've pushed for these kind of one-off games and, networks getting broadcasting rights for a handful of games, things like that. This is just an extension of that. So, yeah, I think it's happening at some point. But we'll see how strongly the union is against that.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com. Eric, have an awesome weekend. Always good to catch up with you. Thanks.
All right. See you guys.
You bet. Eric Edholm joining us here on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. I've been against expanding the schedule for, a long time, but unfortunately, I mean, once they went to 17, 18 was coming.
Matter of time.
Because just having the odd number of games, it wasn't going to last. And I guess in some way, and this is how they always get you, right? Because it was 5-6 years ago, all the talk was, well, we're going to have a team in London, or we're going to have a team in Berlin, or we're going to have teams over across the pond, and how the logic of that and the logistics is going to be all messed up. So while they had us looking that way, I think the real motivation for Goodell was, let's expand the schedule. We don't need a team over there. If we have more games
over there,
then we can just use those extra regular season games and send all these teams and rotate them through. That's like having a franchise over there. But the best part is they get to see everybody. So he had us looking one way. And then meantime, it was all about, I think anyway, the real goal was expand the regular season.
Yeah, if you can play 6 or 8 games in London every year and you don't have to worry about the logistics of, well, do they have to be at home? Does the London team have to be at home for a month?
Right.
And then on the road for another month? You've eliminated all the logistical questions. You've sold this to your fan base in a weird way. Like, hey, would you like to take a vacation to London to watch your team play football?
Right.
You can. Yeah, genius. And I'm curious what the bargaining chip is going to be from the players union. Like, okay, we'll give you 18, but you got to give us what?
Yeah. See,
maybe you stop testing for marijuana.
That would be one, but haven't they backed off? They backed off on it quite a bit.
Have they? A lot of leagues have.
Yeah, they backed on it. But
something.
But I think I don't think you can do this without expanding the rosters. You've got to expand the rosters because, I mean, you're talking 18 games.
Need a September call-up or some type of system or something.
Or just, go to 60 players.
Yeah.
Just have 60 players. That way you can always carry 3 quarterbacks. You can always carry, however it is you want. But there's got to be some kind of a compromise in there because if you're going to make them play this many games of meaning, because the idea is, but we'll take away a preseason game. Well, of course, we all know who plays in the preseason games. Mostly it's players that aren't going to be playing in the regular season.
We're desperately trying to make the team. That's the most exciting part.
Yeah.
No, it's really not actually.
No. By the way, there's five games overseas this year. They say they're not going to expand it that number until at least 2025. But if they expand to 18, I think you probably see as many as 8 games across.
Why wouldn't you?
And I would guess they haven't gone west. Maybe Japan.
Sure.
I'm going to be pedantic.
Hong Kong.
When you say overseas, are you also including the game in South America?
South America,
Brazil?
Mexico City. Yeah, absolutely.
So really overseas.
Foreign country.
International.
I had to be pedantic. I'm sorry.
Play a game in Toronto, cowards.
Yeah. Update from Queens. Ooh. The Blue Jays did get a run in the 4th. St. John's was threatening with a runner at 3rd and less than 2 out, but Eli Nissen doing a great job of getting out of the jam. So it is still 2-1 St. John's. They're in the top of the 5th.
Okay.
And Ed Service is arguing a call right now.
Yeah, look at him.
Ed is not happy. So
is Ed ever really happy?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. He was very happy on Tuesday night.
That's true. That's
very happy on Tuesday night. But
I've got an update from New York. It's the bottom of the 4th, and UMass is down 9 runs.
Already?
There's 2 on base, and they just had a pitching change.
So it could get worse?
Yes.
Okay. I have an update from Chicago.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Cubs are up 1-0 still.
Yay.
That game's moving along at a nice pace.
Yes, it is.
The update boys.
Young me would have not been very happy with this because when I became a Cub fan, the reason why was when I would get home from school, the TV was already on WGN because I had the Bozo show on that morning.
That's right.
And
good man.
And I would get home and I would see at least 3 innings. Nowadays, with these games speeding along for a 120 start, I'd be getting home. It'd be the 9th inning. I'm glad they didn't have the pitch clock back in 1982.
You might not have been a baseball fan.
I might not have. The Cubs were my gateway to baseball.
You might have been like a professional clown.
Well, some people say I am a professional clown.
You really ooped my alley.
I did. Thank you. Slam dunk. Speaking of baseball, we'll talk more about what the Huskers and the Jays have to do, because if you missed our interview yesterday with Kendall Rogers,
I did.
There was a couple of interesting things in there.
Lemoyne just scored a 3-run homer. It is now 12-0, bottom of the 4th.
They're not going to win a game.
No.
They're going for 0-40.
How many did they lose last year to end the season?
Not that many. That's the weird thing.
Okay, so it's not a much longer streak than 40. Not that 40 isn't unbearable.
Yeah, it's
you got to get like I'm sure they don't have like a beat writer or something. You got to get somebody on to talk about this.
We probably do. Do they have a beat writer?
No way.
You think anybody is covering UMass baseball right now?
Last year they went 18-37.
Okay.
Wow, that's
you got to fire your manager.
That's also not great.
No.
It was just 1 week ago that we had 2 tornadoes tear through our area. If you would like to help, we have one-stop shopping for you. You can find donation opportunities, ways to volunteer, and more by visiting 1620thezone.com/tornado relief. Here in Omaha, Nebraska, we are one community, and you can help by visiting 1620thezone.com/tornado relief.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley.
I'm telling you here, kids aren't coming to play college football or basketball for school. It's just the reality of it. How many times have you thought, wow, I wonder what his GPA is? There's a reason why when they announce starting lineups, they don't put their majors on there anymore, okay?
Gary, student comes before athlete.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, athlete ahead of student. Okay, there's 30,000 other students.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A nice Friday evening with temperatures in the 70s and some clearing skies, but overnight we're tracking a line of thunderstorms that will move through, likely clear it out by the time you get towards tomorrow morning, and then we'll have a nice weekend forecast ahead. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
So, Isabella, you're in high school earning college credits?
Tuition-free college credits.
Tuition-free? Your mom's gotta...
Love that.
Hey, Maya, hold up. You'll graduate from high school.
But my college gen ed's knocked out. Tuition-free.
That's gotta save you and your parents thousands in college tuition. How about you, Ian?
I'll be debt-free thanks to MCC.
Earn college credits while still in high school, tuition-free. Get started at mccneb.edu/tuition-free. Classes start June 5th.
This is me at MCC.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Storm Chasers are in Des Moines to take on the I-Cubs tonight. First pitch scheduled for 7:08. Listen to the game on your home for Storm Chasers baseball, 1290 Coil.
Right now, in a galaxy by your mom's house. It's a stellar sale this weekend only at 42 Degrees. Save up to 50% on premium flour, Kratom, disposables, Delta, and CBD. No Jedi mind trick necessary. It's all on sale. May the 4th be with you at 42 Degrees. Your dispensary for top-tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. 42 Degrees by your mom's house.
Every Mother's Day, I stress out trying to find that perfect gift. But this year, I finally found it. The Skylight Frame. The Skylight Frame is a touchscreen photo frame your whole family can upload photos to. Even if you're all spread across the country, Mom and Grandma can share your favorite moments. The Skylight Frame is simple to set up and use. In minutes, your family can email photos straight to your mom's Skylight Frame and surprise her with those special moments. And for that perfect Mother's Day unboxing, you can preload the Skylight Frame with your favorite photos from Mom, and it'll be ready when she unwraps her gift. It's the perfect way to touch her heart and bring you all together, wherever you are. It's the gift of connection. And now, as a special limited-time offer for our listeners, get 15% off your purchase of a Skylight Frame when you go to skylightframe.com/radio. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME.com/radio. Get 15% off your Mother's Day purchase now at skylightframe.com/radio.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
I'm covering for you.
Hey, I'm good.
I'm wiping your ass.
Stop wiping my butt.
On 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. You can hit us up anytime on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
In the span of that break, Lemoyne has scored 2 more times, making it 14-0 in the bottom of the fourth, 2 out.
Down 2 touchdowns.
Well, it's only a 2-score deficit. If you want to look at it.
You got to go for 2 if you catch up, though.
Yes, definitely go for 2. So we're following Creighton right now, who has just gone to the bullpen in the 5th, trailing 2-1 to St. John's. I've done some calculations.
Nerd.
Yes, that's what I do here.
Got him.
The path to Prasco. But before we do that, Nick, you have the Kendall Rogers audio I sent you, correct? Yeah. We had Kendall Rogers from D1 Baseball on the program yesterday to discuss both Creighton and Nebraska and their postseason aspirations. Here was Kendall on the Blue Jays, who right now are just inside the top 50 in the RPI, but are famously not at the moment qualified for the Big East Conference tournament.
Creighton is a weird team in the sense that I actually think they're very much a postseason caliber club. They just, I don't know if it's bad luck or, or just the Big East is much better. The Big East right now is the 6th ranked RPI conference in the country, which is a massive improvement over last year. So this league is much better. But if you look at Creighton overall, they're sitting with a 49 RPI. The overall record, the other strong marks in that resume are there. But you look at the last few weekends, and I kind of feel like they control their own destiny. You look at St. John's, who has an RPI, of 59. You're at Connecticut, RPI 44. You're Seton Hall at home. That hurts because they're 181. But if they win those next 2 series, they're without a doubt in the field of 64. Because if they win those 2 series, they'd be in the conference tournament. So again, I think they control their own destiny, and it's pretty simple for Creighton.
So the path to getting there, because I have been following this, the number has been typically 11. Any team that gets to 11 conference wins makes the conference tournament since UConn rejoined the league 4 or 5 years ago.
Welcome to the Big East, UConn.
They don't have to get to 11, thanks to the fact, actually, that they got rained out. So here is my best path to Prasco. Prasco Park is where they play the conference tournament. As of right now, and this is not counting the results of today, which are not final yet, but St. John's 8-4, Xavier 6-6, Creighton 5-7. They got to pass one of those 2 teams. Creighton's playing St. John's. They got UConn next week, Seton Hall the final week of the regular season. Xavier finishes up with Butler, Georgetown, Villanova. My most probable path, as I would call it, to Prasco would be if Creighton could win this series 2 games to 1, lose to UConn 1 out of 3, because UConn is UConn. They have been a thorn in Creighton's side, and sweep Seton Hall at home. That would put them at 10-10. Xavier this weekend has Butler. Win that series 2-1. Get swept by Georgetown, who's currently in 2nd place, and then lose the series to Villanova 2 games to 1. Now, that might be asking a little much, but that would put Xavier at 10-11. Obviously, other combinations could work, but that is, at least in my estimation, the best path to Prasco right now for Creighton. But it really starts with winning this series. They have to win this series against St. John's. Otherwise, then they're really up against it, because then they would likely have to sweep UConn and sweep Seton Hall. And like I said, beating UConn has been a not easy task for Creighton.
If you think your back's up against the wall now, wait till if you don't win the St. John's series, then you're really up against it. So
yes.
Yeah. Take care of business and hope the chips fall in a way that benefits you. Like this path you've laid out would the rain out would help.
Right.
Creighton, it would by percentage points.
Because without that rain out, let's say the game had not been rained out and the Creighton had lost to Georgetown, they would be 10-11. Well, Xavier's got the tiebreaker because they won the series. So this takes the tiebreaker out of the equation. So actually getting that game bounced last week could be to Creighton's benefit. Now, if they had won the game, that maybe that's one less win that they have to get, but it takes the tiebreaker out of the equation, and that's the most important thing. So that is Creighton's path to Prasco, at least the most logical one that I see in the moment. Then, from the Nebraska point of view, I asked Kendall about Nebraska and hosting an NCAA regional. Here's what he had to say, because right now in their field of 64 projection, Nebraska would be the 17th overall seed, which is one spot out of hosting a regional in the first round. Nebraska right now, at least if I'm looking at the numbers right, is basically your 17th seed because you have them headed to the 16th national seed. So the path to being a host doesn't seem, at least to me, if I'm reading this right, doesn't seem that far away.
No, it's not. I mean, their RPI is still in a great spot right now at 20 overall. I think anytime you're a northern school and you have an RPI that high, that's really impressive. I think the really good thing is that, if you look at the Big Ten remaining schedule, they do play teams with RPIs of 124, 110, but both those series are on the road, so they kind of negate the penalty, or I say the penalty, but it negates the point drop you're going to have from playing those games. And, of course, the last, home series against Indiana, who has been scorching hot, and they're up to 67. So the one home series you have, the one that would hurt you the most if you played a bad RPI team, you're playing the best remaining RPI team. So I actually think Nebraska, assuming they take care of business down the stretch and do well in the Big Ten tournament, they've got a pretty good pathway because, again, they're a team that went on the road in non-conference, played pretty well. That college of Charleston sweep that they have is suddenly looking really good. The Cougars are playing very well right now. They're leading the Coastal Athletic Conference. So, it's right there for them. And who would have thought in a year that, frankly, coming into it, Will Bolt needed to win. Not only is he winning, but he could be hosting here in a few weeks.
So Nebraska's in pretty good shape, he says. And it's kind of there's call it the token northern team clause. It's not official, but it seems like, in an effort to try to make college baseball look diverse from its very southern and western centric locales, and really it's mostly southern, southeastern. It seems like whoever the best of the northern schools is, as long as you have a decent enough RPI, seems to get a benefit of the doubt. Nebraska is that team right now because they're sitting 20th in RPI, also 20th in the KPI, which is what we were talking to Mike Farron about earlier this week. And they are, goodness, the next nearest what you would classify as a northern team is Northeastern at 33rd.
Oof. Seems unlikely for them.
Yes.
Where's Indiana State at?
Indiana State's already. Yeah. Indiana State's safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're 11th. They're going to host.
They're going to host
and they have in the past. So technically, yes, there would be two if Nebraska got to host northern teams. But it does seem like there is this token element of hey, best northern team gets a chance to host. Indiana State's so good that you can't ignore them. Now, I do wonder if and the good news is Nebraska doesn't have hardly any more of those midweek games left. I think it's one more,
right?
That can hurt them. But as long as they do well, win these last three series, maybe win the Big Ten Conference, they could be hosting.
Well, we talked on Happer Show today. I believe it is 11.7 baseball has their bracketology.
Yeah.
They have Nebraska as the 16th regional host, where they would be playing Omaha in that little grouping of four for anyone who cares about those sorts of things. And then they would meet Texas A&M in the Supers.
That's true.
Just destiny.
That is one of the things. If you are I mean, obviously Nebraska would love to host a regional. It's a fun time. It's a great accomplishment.
Now that you can sell beer.
But if they were to fall just a little bit short and yet win whatever region they're in, you're not having to play.
You don't have to play the 1 seed.
You don't have to play the 1 seed. So there is an advantage, down the line. Obviously, I think Nebraska would like to host and say, whatever, chips fall where they may,
Sometimes there is a little element of, hey, let's hunker down on the road as a team, us against the world.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
it just kind of depends on what kind of team you got.
And don't forget, we all know who the athletic director is now at Texas A&M.
That's right. He's sending out baseball surveys.
He is. All right, coming up, we're going to crap on Deion some more because we haven't done enough of that this week.
Fun.
Oh, very.
And the movie club is coming up. Kent Wolgamott will be along. We're going to review L.A. Confidential here on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Lindley Clothing can guarantee you will look good, feel good. I just can't fix your golf game. Fantastic golf gear from Peter Millard to Johnny O. Also great tech golf pants from Ballon and golf shoes from Johnson & Murphy. Spring is sprung, and Lindley Clothing and Well Suited is ready to get you ready. Whether it be walking down the aisle, sitting in the audience, or on the 18th hole. Well Suited, perfect option to get great styles for less. And of course, the top-notch staff at both Lindley Clothing and Well Suited. They're going to find exactly what you need for that special event. Jack Victor, Bugatti, Samuelson, they've got it all. 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market.
Spring has arrived, and Lenaha has everything you need to revitalize your landscape. The best shrubs, perennials, and freshly dug trees, all grown right here in Nebraska. Lenaha Nurseries, your homegrown headquarters since 1974. Think spring. Think Lenaha's Garden Center. We offer the area's most complete selection of landscape supplies and high-quality plant material for your projects. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lenaha Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Host is roasting every morning.
At Host Coffee Services, every cup of coffee served comes with a promise of quality, innovation, and a dash of fun, ensuring your workday is as delightful as your coffee break. Call Host Coffee Services today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for our 12th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, we're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, the Cubs suck. They're now down 3-1, and the Blue Jays are down 3-1 as they head to the 6th.
The UMass Hawks left the bases loaded. They had the bases loaded, 1 out, and then they just left them stranded.
Well, that's what bad teams do.
Yeah.
That's what bad teams do. We were yesterday talking about Coach Prime and his online war with the players who were quoted in the Athletic article, those who he let go last year. And it was a nice article by Max Olson, who will join us next week on the Grum, just catching up with all these 53, 54 some odd guys. Say, hey, how did your meeting go? How did your career go after that? And
one of them won a national championship at Iowa Western.
That's right.
Go Reavers.
The
sales up.
And of course, anyone who dares question the tactics and strategy of Prime must be an enemy of the state. So, of course, they've been leaning into the whole, hey, we're the bad guy. Everyone hates us. One thing that Prime does very well, he is good at playing the wrestling heel.
Absolutely.
He is very good at playing the wrestling heel, where I'm the victim. I'm the one that's being wronged. It's all about everybody else. His son, Dion Jr., who runs his social media and does all the YouTube videos that we see ad nauseum throughout the year, they put out about a 90-second clip on social media yesterday that Prime retweeted. And it was just a video. It had some dramatic music in the background, but it also had some other interesting audio in the background. The audio was of the 1983 movie Scarface, where Al Pacino's character, Tony Montana, is drunk and blitzed out of his mind in the restaurant, and he's arguing with his girlfriend, and he's tired of everyone looking at him funny and treating him like he's the bad guy. And so he gives the famous bad guy speech. And he says, you people need people like me so you can point your fingers and say, there's the bad guy.
Cockroach.
I don't have that problem. I know how to lie. I always tell the truth, even when I lie. So I say, good night to the bad guy. So it's basically that speech. The thing about it is, and I get it, I get what they're doing here, but that speech was given as Tony Montana is on the straight downward descent into hell. 30 minutes later, he's gunned down. His empire is gone.
He's defending his house.
Yeah, I mean, it's all great. Hey, say hello to my little friend. But then when the other guy has a little friend that's bigger than your little friend, and there's more of his little friends around, it's all over. So while I appreciate him leaning into the bit, just remember how that movie ended, because that's how things are starting to look to me right now.
Odd behavior for Sports Illustrated Sports Person of the Year.
Oh, that's right. He was. Even SVP weighed in the other night on Sports Center. Here's what he had to say in his one big thing.
The term haters gets used like a bulletproof vest. It's Kevlar to deflect the source of any criticism, no matter how fair it might be. Undoubtedly, plenty of what is directed at Sanders is not. But everyone's just a hater? I'm not at all. And as a guy who used to have to endure segments on radio where we recounted my Twitter beefs, I understand how difficult it is to do what people suggest those in the public eye should do. Just ignore the noise. Sometimes it's hard, though, to hold your tongue. However, as the leader of a program looking to ascend, I don't believe that any of this serves to elevate.
The music bed is distracting.
It always is, isn't it? It always is. It's
not necessary.
It plays better with the video behind it, I guess. But yes, when you hear it in an audio only format, it is a little off-putting. But as Michael Severe said the other day, the chickens. He didn't say. Well, that was Malcolm X said the chickens will come home to roost. He said karma always comes back to get you.
Well, he died at the end of his movie too.
That's right. That's right. But,
spoiler alert.
So we'll see how much longer this goes, but I have a feeling the rhetoric that was already pretty juiced last year, given the differences in tactics by Matt Rule and Deion Sanders, might be a little even more heightened this year, especially if a young man named Dylan has a good opening game. And the game is then promoted the following week as Dylan Raiola versus Shedeur Sanders.
That would be an element that I actually hadn't thought of for some reason.
Well, around here, I'm not saying maybe nationally it would be, but you never know.
Yeah.
If he has a big breakout game, you never know. But it all goes back to football culture wars. You know, Matt Rule does it his way, old school. Deion does it his way. It's all about the talent.
And if you're, I imagine somebody in Dylan Raiola's shoes is going to look at every game like this, but against a premier opponent of like, oh, that's the number one quarterback in the NFL draft next year. I would like to outduel him.
Yeah. No, I think the timing of it couldn't be better.
Yeah.
Early on.
I had UTEP to get my feet under me. I understand the speed of the college game. Obviously, there will be another jump between UTEP and Colorado,
and that might be a jump down. Remember Colorado's defense last year.
That's true.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be something if UTEP gave him a better challenge defensively than Colorado did?
UTEP was just running these blitzes. I couldn't figure them out.
Oh, it's Colorado. This was easy. It was like
Swiss cheese.
It was like playing in a scrimmage. All right. Coming up next, Kent Wolgamott is waiting in the green room. LA Confidential. Well, we might get a quick word in on last week's movie that we never got a chance to get in on because, well, we got rained out.
The lost episode.
The lost episode of Kent's Movie Club. I just want to hear why Nick hated it so much.
What was the movie?
Glengarry Glen Ross.
Coffee's for closers. He's not a closer.
Obviously not. Kent Wolgamott's Movie Club next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up an earlier crash in cleanup stages on the northbound JFK at L Street. It's blocking the right shoulder. Be ready for a little bit of a delay through there. Some slow going if you're east on L Street around 90th. Same goes on Dodge for both directions at 90th. If you're west on Dodge, you can also see delays between 680 and 108th. A little bit of slow going on West Center for both directions at 180th. And the same goes on westbound 370 just before I-80. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Not your typical restaurant, not your typical place. Romeo's, not your typical restaurant, for your not your typical taste. Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza. Not your typical restaurant.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. Page 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Omaha fans, are you ready to score tickets to your favorite events hassle-free? Yes. Shop local tickets for less, located right here in Omaha, 145th and West Center Road. No hidden fees, just transparent pricing. And when you use the promo code THEZONE at checkout, you'll ticketsforless.com. Whether it's sports, concerts, or something else, Tickets for Less has you covered. If you have a question, call today, 402-398-1999. You'll never find better customer service because every seat holds a story. Find yours and use the promo code THEZONE at checkout at ticketsforless.com.
Every Mother's Day, I stress out trying to find that perfect gift. But this year, I finally found it. The Skylight Frame. The Skylight Frame is a touchscreen photo frame your whole family can upload photos to. Even if you're all spread across the country, Mom and Grandma can share your favorite moments. The Skylight Frame is simple to set up and use. Your photos straight to your mom's Skylight Frame and surprise her with those special moments. And for that perfect Mother's Day unboxing, you can preload the Skylight Frame with your favorite photos from Mom, and it'll be ready when she unwraps her gift. It's the perfect way to touch her heart and bring you all together, wherever you are. It's the gift of connection. And now, as a special limited time offer for our listeners, get 15% off your purchase of a Skylight Frame when you go to skylightframe.com/radio. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME.com/radio. Get 15% off your Mother's Day purchase now at skylightframe.com/radio.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
Now, Mother Nature, being the jerk face that she is, ruined our week last week, but it is good to see Kent Wogelman of the Lincoln Journal-Star back with us for another movie club. Hello, Kent.
Hello, and about ruined me. I was driving out towards 84th and Cornhusker Highway when the sirens went off.
Oh, right. So you were headed right towards it.
I was headed right toward it and turned around and went home. That was a pretty good decision on my part, I believe.
Did you actually see it, or did you?
No, I got home before it started. I got the sirens and the phone alarm and whatever. I was at 84th and Holdridge, and then just turned around and went back home.
That was about the best choice you could have made, given everything that took place and all the video of it as well. The damage, it's still incredible. I drive by that all the time, and there's still stuff strewn out in the cornfield. Well, it's not a cornfield yet, but it will be soon. But still, trash from the plant that was hit, that was out there. It's absolutely stunning when you watch it. And of course, obviously, all the damage we had here in Elkhorn. And we would remind you again, you can visit our One Community website, 1620thezone.com/tornado relief, and find out more about how you can help. So because of that, we didn't get a chance to review Glenn Ross. Nick has been very blunt about his dislike for this. Why did you dislike our movie from last week?
I think that the movie, although kind of quotable, wasn't really compelling how it was structured. I was thinking about this morning. I think I would have liked the movie a little more if most of it was from the perspective of the interrogation when they were all in the office and they were trying to figure out who stole the thing, and they made it more of a whodunit kind of situation instead of, the guys who did it, why they did it. And it's really hard for me to care about salesmen who are trying to convince people to buy crappy tracts of land in the marsh in Florida. It's hard for me to care.
Interesting.
I watched it. It wasn't compelling to me.
But we weren't supposed to care about those guys, were we? Because they all were kind of like
right
scumbags,
but
right?
I mean, even if you don't like there's caring and liking are two different things. Like Always Sunny in Philadelphia. They're not good people. You're not supposed to like them, but you can still care
Okay.
about the characters and the
Okay.
arcs and everything. I didn't care about these old dudes selling bad land. I think it could have been more compelling if they did it from the perspective of the interrogation after the fact. Like they could have done everything and then they could have cut out most of that night of the people just hanging out at the bar selling. And then they could have been the next day and then they could have structured it more of a whodunit kind of situation. I think that would have been a little more compelling.
Interesting, Ken. Have you ever heard that kind of breakdown of it? Because a lot of people love it.
Well, I understand where he's coming from, but this, remember, is a play. It was written as a stage play, and barely. There are some alterations, but because of that, it's set. If you paid attention to the movie, there's basically two sets. There's the office and the bar across the street, and there are a few scenes that take place in a car. That's it.
Yep.
And that one dude's house.
Like watching a play on the screen. And and as I say, there are some things that are different. The Alec Baldwin character is not in the play. So that whole speech isn't in the play. But much of the rest of it is exactly what was on the play. And so David Mamet wouldn't have written what Nick's talking about, because that's this is the first of his, he had a real run for maybe 5-10 years where his plays got turned into movies, and this is the first one. And he doesn't write those kind of more conventional movie type things. These are plays.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's fair. It's just I would have been more interested if it was the other angle, because then it was just these some washed up guys talking to people.
Well, this week's film is LA Confidential, picked by our guest co-host, Josh Odson. He gave us actually a list of several, but I had actually, when I was scrolling through Netflix, came across LA Confidential. I thought, ooh, that might be interesting. So when I saw your list, I said, that's the one I want to see.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for allowing me to pick.
Absolutely. So give us a quick synopsis, because it's kind of complex.
Yeah, kind of. As corruption grows in 1950s Los Angeles, three policemen, one straight-laced, one brutal, and one sleazy, investigate a series of murders with their own brand of justice.
And
all right.
I mean, that is the quickest synopsis that you could possibly have. But you have Guy Pearce as the straight cop. You have our second straight movie featuring, oh my God, his name just escaped me. Kevin Spacey. He plays the sleazy cop, or the cop that, he's the one that's doing all the work with the behind the scenes reporter and selling tips for money. And then
hush on the QT.
Yeah. Which, by the way, Danny DeVito is perfect in that role.
He is.
And then you have the hard-nosed cop is good grief.
Russell Crowe.
Man, I'm having problems with names today. But those are the three guys, and it's very complex, Kent, because it's a movie that it doesn't go back in time, but the reason why the straight-laced cop is so motivated by what's happening is because of what happened to his father back in the day. And it's actually tying up loose ends from cases in the past and the one currently in the present featuring police corruption.
And there's more than that, right?
Yeah.
And part of it is this movie is adapted from a really great novel called LA Confidential. The word confidential, by the way, comes from the actual scandal sheet, for lack of a better way to call it, that was produced in the early 1950s called Confidential, which is what the thing that Danny DeVito is doing. It was the same thing. And it did exactly those kind of stories and eventually got shut down. But by then it had sort of set up the tabloid world. That's the one that kind of really started all the tabloid stuff. So that's where the title comes from. So you have that going on. You have this story of the mafia and police in Los Angeles and the prostitution and all of those things that go together. And they're all sort of kind of based in reality, right? I mean, Mickey Cohen, who is briefly in the movie, was the gang, the mafia leader or whatever you want to call him in Los Angeles in the early 1950s. He'd actually come out there with Bugsy Siegel and ended up taking over after Bugsy went to Las Vegas and then got himself killed. So Mickey Cohen, and when Mickey Cohen went to prison is when there were all these shootings where the gangsters were killing each other, right? Which turn up in the movie. The Christmas Eve massacre or whatever they called it, Bloody Christmas, where the Mexicans got beat up in the jail. That really happened. Okay. So there are items from real life. The prostitution ring was where they made used plastic surgery to make the women look like the movie stars, really occurred. All of those things happened, and James Ellroy mixed them into this story, which is part of what makes the movie so complex. And then his novel had about 8 storylines, a great novel. Like the woman who gets raped is a main character in the novel. She's not hardly even in this. It's stuff like, so Curtis Hanson and Hegeland, whatever his first, boiled this down to this sort of 3-man storyline, because there's never a scene in the movie in which one of those cops isn't in it.
That's true. Yeah, because we're always following one of them around. And of course, at times they're kind of going their separate ways, but then everything kind of ties back in together and they have to either work with each other or against each other. And they're kind of being played against each other by the corruption in the DA's office, the police chief's office, and the captain who, and by the way, every time James Cromwell is in a film,
that was one of my notes. I was like, that guy doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah, he always, not always, because there's a couple of roles that he played where he was actually the good guy or a good guy. But usually when you see him
in Babe the Pig, which came out the year before this. So he went being the kindly farmer in Babe the Pig, being this guy.
I should have known. I guess I didn't know where it was going early on. I should have known, though, when I saw him that he was eventually going to be, he was going to be at the center of all of this. But I always think he plays the scumbag pretty well, in his own, unique way. And we haven't even mentioned the fact that, and she was the one that won an award for this, Kim Basinger. It plays one of the models or the prostitutes who actually falls in love with Russell Crowe's character. But yeah, I thought they tied everything else really well. I mean, considering all that backstory you gave us, Kent, with all these different things, I thought they kind of meshed in all of those elements of what actually happened in early 50s Los Angeles and turned it into a really compelling story.
Oh, I agree that this movie, it did get 9, I believe it was, Oscar nominations and won just 2. Adapted screenplay, which is, that was a great screenplay, right? It really was. I mean, there's even like some humor in it and stuff that you don't really expect in this. And then Kim Basinger, but it got nominated for Best Picture, Best Actor, Best, blah, 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 and got wiped out by Titanic. But when I went back, I couldn't find my review of this for reasons that have everything to do with the Journal Star archives. But I did find my best of the year list for 1997, and this was my number 1 picture of the year. I thought it was best. It's a great picture.
there's a lot going on. Like I was taking notes during it, and about 20 minutes in, I was like, okay, I gotta really focus in on this.
Yeah.
I've seen it before, but I decided I can't be doing multiple things at once. I really got to hone in on what's happening. And I don't think it's confusing, but it's like right at the line where you can get lost if you're not paying attention.
Yeah.
Like most people today probably are scrolling on their phone while they're watching a movie. This isn't really the movie to be doing that.
No, you'll get lost if you don't follow everything because there are so many tiny little turns, right? Like if you don't pay attention to exactly what happened in what was the name of the place where the Night Owl.
Yeah, the Night Owl coffee shop. Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't pay close attention to what went on there, you won't be able to follow what happened. What happens immediately after, right? I mean, you have to know, and you have to pay attention to the details. And I think that's part of the reason that this movie works so well, actually. This is Curtis Hanson did this, and there was no expectation that he'd make this kind of a movie, how good it was. I mean, he made some decent movies before, but this thing, boom. I mean, he got it all right. He went on to also make 8 Mile, or not 8 Mile.
Oh,
Mile? Yeah.
Oh, he made 8 Mile?
Yeah, he's the director.
The Eminem story. Yeah. And he did the same thing with that movie, I thought. Took something that could have been a genre mess and turned it into a really good movie.
I think one of the things I enjoyed about this was with the three main characters played by Kevin Spacey, Russell Crowe, and Guy Pearce. For me, anyway, I started out disliking Guy Pearce's character because he just looked like that weaselly, do anything to climb the corporate ladder, type person, narc on fellow cops. And
that's why they told him lose the glasses.
Right. And there were probably 2 or 3 times during this film where I was like, Russell Crowe seems decent. Oh, and then you realize he's planting evidence and he's strong-arming, people for confessions that aren't necessarily legitimate. Kevin Spacey starts out by, selling all of his stuff, and obviously he's into the celebrity of the whole thing. But then by the end, you kind of feel like, you understand him a little bit. You feel bad for him because something goes wrong for him in the middle of the movie. And I like the fact that, you got these different feelings about these 3 main characters. It wasn't just established from the front. Here's the good cop. Here's the bad cop. Here's the cop in between. They all kind of took turns playing those different roles throughout the course of 2.5 hours.
What I did a little research on it, and the director wanted Russell Crowe and Guy Pearce because audiences were unfamiliar with them.
Absolutely.
So that on the front end, they had no preconceived notions about, oh, well, that guy always plays the bad guy, so he's going to be the bad guy in the end. Like, so you go back and watch it now, and you're like, oh, that's Memento and Beautiful Mind. That's Gladiator, and
right.
Ironic considering who the bad cop was.
Yes, very.
So it's interesting you said that about Guy Pearce's character, because I actually I liked his character better than the other two. It's
because we have glasses, Nick.
It is. I liked the idea that there was this good cop trying his best to maintain the straight and narrow in this world full of corrupted cops, and how you kind of got the extremes between Russell Crowe. I didn't like his character because of who he was, because he was the complete, obviously, polar opposite.
Though the thing that made him tick was, I thought, because of what happened to his family, I thought he had noble intentions.
No,
he just took it too far.
And I did like that. I liked Russell Crowe's motivations for his character. Good intentions done wrong. And then Kevin Spacey's character, I liked the character arcs that all of these characters took. And I was sad to see Guy Pearce's character take the arc he took, because eventually he did let it consume him just a little bit. Even his final line, where he's like, they used me, so I decided I'll use them for a little bit. I don't think he would have had that I don't think he would have said anything like that toward the beginning. And I think I think he's just getting consumed by it. I think he's going to turn into the cynical cop like the others. I don't know if he'll go as far as planting evidence, but I mean, clearly he's part of a massive cover-up.
Sure.
He didn't do anything, like he confessed, but obviously he was like, oh, well, if I'm going to get something out of this. I thought it was very masterfully done. Josh, it's funny you brought up you can't scroll through your phone watching this movie. I was kind of scrolling through my phone because this is a fruitcake of a movie. It's just so dense. There's so much going on. There's so much there. And I was bored during a couple parts. So I was just, going through my phone, kind of paying attention to it. And then at one point I had the same thought where it's like, I have to pay attention now. So I don't know what part that was where I wasn't paying attention, but I still feel like at least with the parts I was on my phone, I was still able to keep track of the story and figure out what was going on and know what was going on. I liked the Chekhov's gun, or I guess the Chekhov's cop at the liquor store at the beginning. That was funny. Not funny, but it was very well done. It was all very well weaved together. And knowing that this movie is kind of a culmination of like 7 or 8 different stories that they kind of fit into one movie, it makes sense why the runtime is so long and why it's as dense as it is. If this was made now, I have a feeling they would have turned this into, there at least would have been a sequel or at least a series of these kind of all culminating in the last movie, just so they could fit everything in, or at least make it a mini series. I think that that's the direction it would go nowadays.
I don't think it would even get made nowadays. No. I think this is one of the last of the, this was even for its time, almost an old-fashioned movie.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Some of the audio cues I for sure picked up on that too. Just the way they did the music, which felt like a stylistic choice to me.
Yeah. And I think I just don't see this because it's too dense. It's too the movies that get made today like this, you're right, end up on television or on streaming. They don't go theatrical, number one. Number two, I don't think you could make it today also because this was still close enough to the 1950s. I mean, even though it was 30 some years later, they went out and found all the locations were actual 50s locations in Los Angeles. Most of those places are gone. I don't know. I think the Formosa Cafe is even gone. I mean, I've been there. It was kind of a Hollywood hangout, where Russell Crowe goes after Johnny Sampanino. By the way, he was a real guy who the Lana Turner stuff is true. It's out of time because he wasn't involved with Lana Turner until the late 50s, but he indeed was Lana Turner's boyfriend, whatever, and he got killed by her daughter. He got stabbed. Her daughter killed him. Cheryl Crane killed him because he had been abusive to her mom, and she got off, but she murdered him with a knife.
The look of the filming, when you talk about, it won't get made today. If you think about the time when this was made, this was kind of in that period where most cop movies were buddy cop movies, Beverly Hills Cop, where it was action / comedy.
Men in Black, which is technically a buddy cop movie.
Yeah. But that's kind of what was coming out at this time, 1990, when this film came out. So you're right, or 1997, I'm sorry, when this came out. So you're right. This did kind of feel a little out of date when it was made. But from that standpoint, that's one of the reasons why I liked it. I loved the look of it. I loved the fact that they used authentic scenes in Los Angeles, and all the different, old Chevys that they were driving, and and the brightness of it. I mean, neo-noir, it just had that pizzazz to the look of it, even though this is kind of a gritty crime drama. From that point alone, that was one of the things that brought me in right away. Was I just like the way this looks. And it's a shame that a movie like this couldn't get made today, because I would have liked to have seen this in the theater, because I think it really would have popped more watching it
yeah,
on the big screen than it would have been on my television.
Absolutely. The what you're saying, throw in then the idea that people today aren't going to sit through a 2 hour and 15-minute got to think through it kind of police story, right? There's not enough, oh, by the way, the gunfight at the end, the shootout is not in the novel. And spoiler here, the bad guy gets away with it in the novel. Which is the most significant change they made. And I think they just had to, right? Can you imagine sitting through this and then having him walk out and be the hero or whatever?
Right. No, I could not have.
I would hate that.
Would have revolted.
Anything else you had to add, Josh?
Well, I feel like we haven't really talked about Kim Basinger.
That's
very
true.
much.
I mean, she won an award.
She won an Oscar.
Yeah,
I mean,
great
she
point.
beat Minnie Driver. It was Rose from Titanic. It was like the one award that Titanic didn't win.
Oh.
Her name escapes me from Boogie Nights. Not Heather Graham. The other Julianne Moore.
Julianne Moore.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a stacked field that year.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think her performance was rather it was kind of understated.
I'd be curious how much actual screen time she had. It felt very small.
It didn't seem like it was a lot.
Yeah, and she won for supporting actress, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So that you can be very small screen time and get that.
But every time she was on screen, there was something significant was happening, because she was kind of at the center of, that world. And of course, she falls in love with one of the characters. They try to set up, something else elsewhere. So every time she was on the screen, and she's always been this way because of her, her looks, every time she's on screen, he's just, your eyes are just immediately drawn to her. And it really, I think it helped her being kind of understated in that part because she didn't need to be over the top, even though she's kind of playing an over the top character because the whole premise of the prostitution ring is they're all made up to look like Hollywood stars. It's like a higher end prostitution ring. And, so you're already playing kind of an over the top character, but she plays it down.
She's in the movie for 15 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did have a question, and this might have been something I missed while I was scrolling through my phone for that brief period of time, but it felt like it was clearly the start of the turn of the Guy Pearce character, but when he went to go confront her, that felt very sudden when they ended up sleeping together. That felt very forced just so they could get the pictures to blackmail. It felt like it was kind of shoehorned in to give Russell Crowe's character a reason to go after him. Did I miss something there? Was there some kind of buildup to where that makes sense? Or
well, there was enough of a sense that he was being manipulated by going over there, and being manipulated by the captain.
Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't a big buildup, but he kind of almost got sent over there in a way. But yeah, and it was because the captain was like trying to manipulate everything.
Yeah.
Right. And he tried to Palpatine it. I get that. It was just the sudden okay, we're doing this now.
Yeah.
It just felt kind of out of nowhere just to drive the story along.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Nick, but sometimes when you're that close to a very attractive woman, sometimes just, men can't control themselves.
Just happens.
It just kind of happens that way. But that is LA Confidential. It is streaming on Netflix if you would like to check it out for yourself. Josh, who is the other Josh, the regular Josh, who's normally here, is picking next week because Nick is gone.
I'm gone.
He is going to Paramount Plus, so we're getting off Netflix for a week. The talented Mr. Ripley.
oh, we tried to do this once and then it got taken off of everything.
Yes, it did.
It's nailed. Yeah,
Yes, it did. Because I was the one that discovered it. I had started to watch it, and then I realized that some kind of notification that said, "Oh, this is leaving this weekend," and so we had to call an audible. Well, it is on Paramount Plus, and apparently it's going to be there long enough.
We're running it back.
That we will run it back next week. Kent, sorry about the Lakers, but hey, at least you got rid of your coach. I mean, because he was obviously the reason why they lost.
Oh yeah, and not the fact that the front office put together a terrible team.
No, it's never that.
Never that. He'll be just fine. The word is when they boot Doc Rivers out of Milwaukee, he'll go to Milwaukee. The terrifying speculation from Raider fan is that there's some notion that JJ Redick is being considered for the next coach. No.
Oh, well, hey, you got your title in the bubble a couple of years ago. So
Indeed. Yeah. I would say with the Nuggets and the Timberwolves series that starts tomorrow has the potential to be a good one. We'll see. But I think it should be pretty good. I don't know if Timberwolves have the experience, frankly, to win a 7-game series, but it looks like, to me, that's going to be a really good series. And I think the other series in the West may be pretty bad.
I'll be fascinated to see what the TV ratings are for that, because you have the defending champs. It is, at least in terms of matchup, in my opinion, the most intriguing of the possible series we'll have next round. But it's Minnesota and Denver. And
exactly.
Those aren't you. And it's not. Those aren't the sexy, franchises. But you're right from a talent, from a matchup standpoint, because they split the series 2-2 this year. And there's some really compelling matchups in that series, but that's the one I'm most interested in round 2. That's for sure.
And Minnesota has the big guys that can at least make Jokic work at it a little bit.
Yep, exactly.
The team was built to stop Denver. We'll see if they can.
And we'll find out starting Saturday. Kent, next week we'll talk about the talented Mr. Ripley, we hope. And have a great weekend.
You do the same, guys.
Here it is.
Bye,
Kent Wolgamont of the Lincoln Journal-Star, who joins us every week in the movie club. Again, our movie was LA Confidential. You can find it on Netflix. All right. You know what that means? We're counting down even closer to One Beer Friday.
No countdowns this month.
No, only for Josh.
But there's no countdown.
Oh, okay.
Creighton is still trailing 3-1 in the 7th, and it's bases loaded 2 out for St. John's. So it feels like make or break here.
Lemoyne has scored more. It is now the bottom of the 7th, 18-1 Dolphins.
Oh, and look at that. The Jays got out of the jam.
Might not happen for UMass today.
No, you don't think they can come back?
Probably not.
Seems unlikely.
Probably not. Still to come, my conversation with Kyle Petty, who will be in town this weekend as part of his charity motorcycle ride, and more, including that One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. It is here on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A nice Friday evening with temperatures in the 70s and some clearing skies. But overnight, we're tracking a line of thunderstorms that will move through, likely clear it out by the time you get towards tomorrow morning, and then we'll have a nice weekend forecast ahead. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no major wrecks to avoid, but there are a couple spots of delays across the metro. We've got some slow going on eastbound I-80, starting at 680, going to 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 42nd to 72nd. Also some slow movement on West Center for both directions at 168th. Delays on 204th for north and southbound commuters at West Center. And then the usual delays on Dodge for both directions at 90th. And if you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 to 114th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
I have never seen this before. Hi, John with Saul's Jewelry and Loan. The price of gold is the highest it's ever been. Now is the time to get the best price on your broken jewelry, chains, and diamond jewelry. Saul's has been around a while, and trust us, now's the time. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Post is roasting every morning.
Post Coffee Services stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call us today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Post Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
Right now, in a galaxy by your mom's house. It's a stellar sale this weekend only at 42 Degrees. Save up to 50% on premium flour, kratom, disposables, Delta, and CBD. No Jedi mind trick necessary. It's all on sale. May the 4th be with you at 42 Degrees. Your dispensary for top-tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. 42 Degrees by your mom's house.
Are Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Storm Chasers are in Des Moines to take on the I-Cubs tonight. First pitch scheduled for 7:08. Listen to the game on your home for Storm Chasers baseball, 1290 Coil.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Omaha Maverick baseball and softball only have one more home series. Baseball has won their last 5 conference series and leads the Summit League in conference wins. Maverick softball has won every conference series and is in second place in the Summit. This weekend, softball takes on the first place South Dakota State Jackrabbits at Maverick Park. And on May 10th through the 12th, baseball plays first place St. Thomas. Don't forget $4 Fridays. Every Friday, soft drinks, beer, popcorn, hot dogs, and brats are all $4. Get your tickets for baseball or softball by calling 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
God dang it, that makes me happy.
Of 1620. The Zone.
It kind of blows me away that a league as lucrative, and if you missed it earlier, we talked with our good friend Eric Edholm of NFL Media, that a league as lucrative as the National Football League is making cuts of any kind. Unless, you're talking about the cuts of, they had to cut, players from the roster because, they had to meet the roster minimum. But they've been laying off people left and right from NFL Network. The Good Morning Football show is being moved to their studios in LA, and they, didn't really communicate that well to their talent, who now has to then relocate. Yeah. And they haven't even determined if they're all going to be back or not.
We don't know who we're bringing back, but we're moving the show to LA. If you could also do the show on Zoom for the next few weeks, that would really help us out.
Yeah. They're also getting rid of
Total Access.
Total Access.
Yeah.
Total Access is gone. And they've also let Michael Irvin go.
Well,
now, yes, Michael got himself into some trouble last year, but then extracted himself out. But he's been an integral part of their game day morning show, their pregame show, for the better part of the last decade. And now he is out. And what is going on here that they feel like they have to do this? According to a report from AJ Perez, and front office sports. An NFL spokesperson said the league-wide cuts were made to, quote, ensure the continued strength of our game and the business.
They had $20 billion in revenue last year.
And it's only getting larger.
I get it. You once you have some money, you always want to make a little more. I get that. But
yeah.
We have NFL Network on in the studio. I imagine there's people who like having the total access on in the middle of the day.
Sure.
But I mean, they're gonna show old games a good chunk of the day now.
More than likely.
Yeah.
Unless they've got other things. And I know they've got an entire NFL film library. What are they going to, I guess they could do what ESPN did when I was a kid and just show a bunch of old, Green Bay Packer highlights from the 60s. I mean, some of us would mark out for that, but eventually at some point you tune into a league network to find out league news and talk about league things.
Yeah. Is that nowadays with the way SportsCenter's structured, when news breaks on ESPN, it's like an hour before they're on live talking about it.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So your NFL network is definitely changing before our eyes.
I think that I'm trying to think off the top of my head. That's the best sport league ran network. MLB network, probably 1-2, depending on.
Yeah, it's MLB network's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people.
So I've forgotten.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people have watched the NHL or NBA networks.
No,
NBA network only when they've got a random playoff game on that is not
blacked out.
Yeah, that isn't blacked out in another market. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the NFL network is certainly more ubiquitous.
They do a good job. It's not like they're like, well, it's not that good. Let's cut it.
Yeah, it's actually really good. It's if I'm watching pregame stuff, that's the pregame show I watch, because I've never been a fan of ESPN's pregame, and the Fox crew is aged out, and CBS, I can't relate to any of them. I guess I don't know why. I just never watched the CBS.
What about the new young hip CBS NFL Today?
Yeah, sure. Love to hear some more JJ Watt.
He goes out on limbs with great takes.
Yeah, all the time.
Really, really biting analysis.
Yeah. No, they honestly, the one person I enjoyed listening to on that show, Boomer Esiason, is now gone. Because he would actually, he had a little, little piss and vinegar in him. And, Phil Simms I could have done without, so that's not a huge loss, but wow. Okay, well, I guess the NFL is running out of money, is what they're telling us.
If everybody during this off season, if you could, pass the collective bucket around, and maybe we can save this once great league, the National Football League.
Save our NFL network, please. The owners are losing money. Still to come, we had more information on the proposed settlement and what it could mean for revenue sharing in college sports. And this could be the big move that really separates the haves from the have-nots. We've got some more details on those numbers. We'll do that coming up in the happy hour. But coming up next, I had a chance to sit down with Kyle Petty from NASCAR on NBC. Of course, the middle child of the Petty racing dynasty. He and his cohorts are biking their way through, motorcycle that is, through the Midwest and Nebraska this weekend. They will be here in Omaha on Sunday, and it's all for a great cause. We'll talk to Kyle Petty of NASCAR and NBC next here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today too. The name of the game is fading my Colorado Rockies. Tonight they play the Pirates, who are very much not a bad team. Tonight, the Pirates are minus 174 on the tight money line split. We have fun props too, like if you think the Rockies will score a run in the first inning somehow, that is plus 105 in the yes column. But if you'd rather watch good baseball or even just good games in general, Circus Sports Iowa has that for you too. Tonight, the NBA in-game betting during tonight's games. You can play along during every break with all the action and maybe win you a few bucks on the side. Circus Sports Iowa is the app you want to use if you want to get serious about your sportsbook. Their customer support is also just extremely good. It is real-life people who want to give you real help. Not AI, not chatbots. It's like having the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the great, beautiful, amazing state of Iowa. Download the Circa Sports Iowa app today in your app store and don't look back. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Welcome to this episode of RV Ready, brought to you by Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs by Lake Manawa. Rody, where are you headed?
I'm on my way to Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs for the big open house sale.
When is it?
This Saturday, May 4th. Everything's on sale. Parts are even discounted.
Is that the one where they have Stoystitch hot dogs, prize drawings, clowns, and face painting?
You got it.
Love it.
Oh, don't forget.
The coffee's always on.
Of course it is.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at Agave Azteca Mexican Bar and Grill in Ralston. Agave Azteca's menu boasts a wide variety of Mexican food options and is the perfect place to get your Cinco de Mayo fix. Don't miss out on their Mole Azteca, their crowd favorite fajitas, or their signature Nachos Locos. And you won't want to miss on their new seafood options, like ceviche, shrimp cocktail, aguachile, and many more delicious seafood dishes. Check out their entire menu at agaveazteca.com. Agave Azteca, the shortcut to Mexico.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
I'm Dave Osted. And I'm Ryan Osted. I think my first memory of golf is playing with my dad at a par 3 course. It was an absolute blast, and he always would have an ice cream hole. So if I got an 8 or less, we'd be going for ice cream. My first memory of golf really focused on driving the golf cart, being able to drive that cart. You were a crazy driver. I was a crazy driver, but it was what I look forward to. And what's really funny now, when I take my kids out play golf, that is the one thing, along with the snack bar, that they are most excited about. Focus on the good stuff. Play better, have fun, and shop Osted's.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use, about travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Creighton Sports Update.
Creighton softball is home this weekend for their final Big East series with Providence at Creighton Sports Complex. First pitch tomorrow is set for 12 p.m. Join us for Alumni Day. All Creighton softball games are free to attend. To follow along on all things Creighton athletics or to purchase tickets, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back to the program on this great Friday afternoon. And the Kyle Petty Charity Ride Across America will be starting on Saturday, May 4th in Deadwood, South Dakota. It's heading south to North Platte. Then on Sunday, May 5th, going to head across I-80 to Omaha. This has been an event going on for nearly 30 years. It's been raising funds and awareness for the Victory Junction Camp, which is in its own 20th year of service to children with serious and chronic illness, and the man behind the Charity Ride and Victory Junction Camp. The great Kyle Petty joins us here on the program. Kyle, it's great to have you on.
Thanks for having me, man. I really appreciate it.
It is hard to believe that this dream of this camp of yours, and I remember when you first came about with the idea, I saw the features on it. It opened in honor of your son, Adam, has made it to 20 years.
You know, it's fascinating. It really is. You know, we had been to a camp. Adam and I had been to a camp like this in Florida called Boggy Creek. It's part of Paul Newman's Serious Fun group of camps. And I had driven some sports car races with Paul, and we had talked about a camp at one point in time. And then when his accident happened, we just started focusing on it. We started it, I guess, in 2002 or so. Started raising money in 2000, right after his accident. And you know, it came up out of the ground 2004, and here we are 20 years later. We've seen 125,000 kids have passed through the gates of Victory Junction, or either we visit them, their families and all have benefited from it. So it's been fascinating to me that 20 years later, we're still going strong and still doing a motorcycle ride and raising money for it. Yeah.
So for folks who are curious, especially those who might have kids who, you know, have chronic illness or in real serious shape, this is a very interactive camp, and it's really made for kids who have special needs.
Yeah. Listen, it's a hospital. It's just disguised as a camp. That's what it is. We have full-time doctors. We have full-time nurses there during summer camp, during weekend camps, during family retreat weeks that we have at camp. It's a phenomenal place. We see multiple disease groups, chronic illnesses like asthma, diabetes, craniofacial, gastrointestinal disorders, blood disorders, certain forms of cancer. These are kids that don't necessarily go to school every day. These are kids that are homeschooled, or these are kids that have their own tutors and their own programs. So they can come to camp at any given time. Our job is to give them a camp experience, totally free of charge to them and their parents, but a camp experience just as a normal child, just as any other child would go to Boy Scout camp or Girl Scout camp or YMC camp. We like to think we do a better job of it just because these kids don't get to go to other camps. They get to come here, and it's a lot of fun. We'll see a kid. Hey, listen, we've got a zip line that if you're in a wheelchair, you can still go down the zip line. We just hook the wheelchair up to the zip line and send these kids down. And it's fascinating to see a wheelchair at 150 feet in the air just zip out of the trees to another platform.
Kyle Petty joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. We'll get back to more of the camp in a minute, but now to the motorcycle ride. You've been doing this, and this has kind of been in conjunction with raising funds for the camp. I believe you're coming up on 30 years now of the motorcycle ride, right?
Yes, this is our 28th year. Obviously, we'd be a little bit closer if it wasn't for COVID, but that happens. But it has been a phenomenal ride. You know, we started this thing, and really the motorcycle ride started just because we wanted to ride motorcycles, and we said we'd do it for charity, and we had no idea what kind of charity, but we started stopping at children's hospitals that very first year, and that became our focus, was to stop at from UCLA Medical Center to Children's Mercy in Kansas City to Emory University and Bowman Gray School of Medicine in Wake Forest. At Wake Forest, we just stop in children's hospitals, find a family who needed their bills paid, and help them pay their bills. That was what our charity did those first 4 or 5 years. And then after Adam's accident, then it was like, well, instead of going to the hospital to do this, why don't we just bring kids to us? So we built the camp and brought kids to us.
And you're coming through Nebraska, as I mentioned earlier. You're heading south to North Platte, then you're heading across to Omaha. Rick Allen, who, of course, many folks will remember is Rick Schwiger at the University of Nebraska, who was the PA announcer there during the glory days. He is along with you. He's part of your NBC crew, but he's along with you on the ride. Are you going to have to keep him from like diverting you off the interstate and heading down these weird by roads and taking him to all the places?
So listen, Rick wanted to stop at every one of his friends and every family that he knew, everybody he ever knew in Nebraska. He wanted to stop and say hello. So I told him, I said, be easier for you just to call all your friends and tell them to come out. But I'm telling you, man, he was more helpful coming through Nebraska as we started talking about it, talking about how to eat, what to do, where to go, things like that. He was very helpful. I told him this is the only thing I want him to do, and I don't know if he's going to surprise me and do it or not. I don't know. I wanted him to paint his motorcycle red with an N on the side of it, just like a football helmet from the University of Nebraska. I wanted him to wear a Nebraska freaking football helmet all the way across the state. I don't know if he's man enough to do it. Let me just go ahead and say that, because Rick he can be a pretty boy sometimes. You know that. He likes to look just right.
He's got to look good. Yeah, he's got to
look good no matter what's going on. He's not like me. He doesn't just jump out and go wherever you go.
And the irony, Kyle, is the helmet law got repealed, so you don't have to wear helmets across Nebraska anymore.
Rick looks better in a helmet. You can tell him I said that.
I will do that. Kyle Petty joining us. You can also hear him on NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR, which will get fired up later on this summer, and they'll take over in the second half. This is also, Kyle, all these anniversaries coming up. This is also the 75th year of Petty family in racing. And I know, your father's the winningest driver in history. Your granddad is like the pioneer and one of the earliest champions. You won several times on the Cup Series. But beyond the winning, what do you think the legacy is of the Petty family?
You know what? I have no idea. I think everybody looks at our family different. Some people look at our family and they think of my dad. Some people look at our family and they think of Adam and Cam. Some people look at it and they probably hate us because they were Pearson fans or they were Earnhardt fans and something else. So I don't know. I think what we always tried to do was show up, do the best you could. You win some, you lose some. But hopefully you left a mark. And I think we've left our mark in a lot of different ways, from racing to winning races to being a part of the development of the sport early on, to the things my father did, to what Adam has done, to the camp that hopefully lives another 1,000 years, that kind of thing. It all ties back to what we did for a living, which just ride around in circles. We didn't do anything important, man. We just rode around in circles for a living. But it all ties back to that in some ways. So I think there's multiple layers of how people will look at our family. We're very blessed to have been here this long and been a part of the sport, because it's an amazing sport. It's been so good to us in so many ways. And yes, there's been tragic moments in the sport for us, but at the same time, there's been some of the highest highs that anybody can ever imagine that this sport has given us. So, I tell people all the time, and I will say this, I grew up in rural North Carolina where everybody farmed. There were dairy farms, there were chicken farms, there were tobacco farms. Everybody farmed. Sometimes you had good years, sometimes you had bad years, but you didn't stop farming. You just kept digging. And that's kind of what we've done for 75 years. You just keep getting up in the morning and going to work.
Kyle, I was listening to you and your father, Richard, on the Dale Jr. podcast a couple weeks ago, and you were telling the story about your first win. And for those who aren't familiar, Kyle won the very first race he ever ran. But unlike, a lot of the guys you hear about, like the Kyle Larsons today and others, he didn't start at 8, 9 years old running, mini sprints and then later graduated to dirt cars. This was your very first race, period. And it happened on the 2.5-mile Daytona International Speedway. How many laps of practice did you have before you actually drove in your first competitive race?
Oh my gosh, man. Not a lot. We went down there and tested for a couple of days in January and then went back. When you go back, you only had an hour of practice here and an hour of practice there. So I probably had a couple hours of practice before I raced. So, it's that same old stupid saying that God looks after drunks and fools, and I was a fool. Obviously, I wasn't drunk driving a race car, but I was looked after, and I can tell you that because I knew not a clue of what I was doing. I was just sitting in a race car. I was 18 years old, and my job was run as fast as I could, and that's what I did.
And you were doing nearly 200 miles an hour at that time.
Yeah, but it didn't seem odd at that time. The farther away I get from that moment, the stranger it seems.
Yes.
And I used to tell people all the time, I'm not sure how much my dad really cared about me by putting me in a race car and sending me out there at 18 years old and not giving me too much instruction. But, it worked out. It worked out, and that's all I can say.
Kyle, I did want to ask you about the current sport because, again, listening to that podcast a couple weeks ago, your dad said something really interesting about, back in his day, he was the alpha dog. And then later on, it was Earnhardt. Then it was Jeff Gordon. Then it was Jimmy Johnson. You always had that guy to chase. Do you think maybe there's too much parity in today's sport? Can there be such thing as too much parity?
Oh, I think so. Listen, I've always said that. I'm never going to back off of that. I don't care. I don't care what's PC or what's not. I mean, everybody wants everybody to be equal. Everybody's not equal. I'm sorry. That's just not the way it is. I got kids that play T-ball. I want a trophy and I want to win. I don't want everybody to win. I don't want everybody to get a trophy. I'm not from that generation, and you're not going to change my mind on it. That's just the way it is. If everybody is the same, then nobody's great, because everybody can't be great. Everybody can be good, but everybody can't be great. And that's the problem. We have a lot of really, really good race car drivers. And I would almost say we have a lot of great race car drivers. We just don't have superstars. And you don't have the Jeff Gordons. You don't have the Jimmy Johnsons. You don't have the Earnhardt seniors. You don't have those guys that rise above the rest, that give you something to shoot at and something to chase. Listen, you're in Nebraska. If Nebraska didn't kick butt in football every year, nobody would care about beating them. You know what I mean? That's how simple it is. The whole goal is to beat the best. To beat the best. That's when what was it, Ric Flair? To be the man, you got to beat the man.
Exactly.
That's it, dude. I am so sorry. That still holds true, and it's held true forever. And no matter how much we want to beat it out of our kids, and evolution wants to make everybody equal, listen, we're not. And we need somebody. We need a lead dog.
Kyle Petty's Charity Ride Across America. It's coming through Nebraska on Saturday and Sunday, May 4th and 5th. He'll be in Omaha on Sunday, May the 5th. What do you know yet what you have planned in Nebraska when you stop in Omaha? Because you are going to spend the night here.
Yeah, we're spending the night there at the Marriott across from the mall there. Listen, every time we stop, either chaos breaks out or a party, one or the other. That's kind of the way it is. So we'll be in the parking lot. We'll be hanging out at the hotel. I know we're having dinner at the hotel. It's open to fans and the public. Come get a photo taken with Richard Petty, with David Reagan, Kenny Wallace, Kenny Strader. They'll be with us. Herschel Walker will be with us. There's a group of celebrities that'll be there. So if you're an NFL fan, football fan, NASCAR fan, come out, spend some time talking to us, have a photo taken, just learn more about camping the ride.
Yeah, absolutely. And have Rick Allen say, scoring for the Huskers, which was his big line back in the day. Hey, real quick, before we let you go, and you've been very kind with your time, Kyle, how can folks find out more about Victory Junction?
Victory Junction, you go to victoryjunction.org to find out more. If you know a child that can benefit from this camp, please go there, call that number, give us an address, give us the child's name, their family's name. We will track them down. It's totally free of charge to all kids that come. To find out when we come through Nebraska, if we're going to be coming right by your house, go to KylePettyCharityRide.com. And the routes there, all of our fuel stops, everything we're doing before we get to Omaha and as we leave there.
That'd be fantastic. And we'll definitely tweet out that link as well here on the program. Kyle Petty, you'll be able to see him later on this summer on NBC Sports NASCAR coverage, and hopefully get a chance to meet him out at the Marriott in Omaha on May the 5th. Kyle, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to talk to you, and have a great and safe journey all across America.
Thank you, man. Hope to see you out there.
Kyle Petty joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. And again, victoryjunction.org. It is really a cool camp. They've served over 10,000 kids, all with special needs. And as you heard Kyle say, it's really a hospital disguised as a camp. So they have everything there to take care of the kids, whatever special needs they have. So if you know of someone who could benefit from a great experience, and you can find out more at victoryjunction.org. And for the complete route, and I mean, they are detailed turn by turn all across America. Go to KylePettyCharityRide.com. They should be arriving here in Omaha around 4:00 Sunday afternoon. And you'll hear the rumble of all of those Harley Davidsons.
Very nice.
Great to talk with Kyle Petty at NASCAR on NBC. All right. Next, One Beer Friday. And the boys here are looking forward to trying something different from Lucky Bucket.
Hell yeah.
We're going to do it next, along with y'all on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no major wrecks to avoid, but there are a couple spots of delays across the metro. We've got some slow going on eastbound I-80, starting at 680, going to 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 42nd to 72nd. Also, some slow movement on West Center for both directions at 168th. Delays on 204th for north and southbound commuters at West Center. And then the usual delays on Dodge for both directions at 90th. And if you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 to 114th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
This weekend is Cinco de Mayo. Celebrate at Fernando's. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sign up for great prizes, including Fernando's points, gift cards, and lots of other cool stuff. So come and get your Fernando's fix this weekend. Details at FernandosOmaha.com.
Right now, in a galaxy by your mom's house. It's a stellar sale this weekend only at 42 Degrees. Save up to 50% on premium flour, Kratom, disposables, Delta, and CBD. No Jedi mind trick necessary. It's all on sale. May the 4th be with you at 42 Degrees. Your dispensary for top-tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. 42 Degrees by your mom's house.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Creighton Sports Update.
Creighton softball is home this weekend for their final Big East series with Providence at Creighton Sports Complex. First pitch tomorrow is set for 12 p.m. Join us for Alumni Day. All Creighton softball games are free to attend. To follow along on all things Creighton athletics or to purchase tickets, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Moms everywhere deserve a day to be pampered and celebrated. The Woodcliff Restaurant in Fremont is the place to take the moms in your life this Mother's Day. Enjoy the short drive to Woodcliff Lake and pamper her with culinary excellence. The menu will tantalize everyone's palate and the ambiance will bring a sense of peace. Call today and make your reservation because let's face it, they will fill up and you don't want to miss out. 402-721-2922, thewoodcliffrestaurant.com or on Facebook for specials and events.
Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction at yourexteriorexperts.com.
Host is roasting every morning.
How does Host Coffee Services provide the best coffee for your workplace? By finding the richest and most robust coffee beans from all around the world and bringing them to our Nebraska roastery, where your coffee is roasted fresh and delivered straight to you.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw from your mom.
I drank beer with my friends.
Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next.
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, yes, indeed. We have made it to the end of the week. Woo! It is the happy hour on a One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. And this week, we say thank you to Lucky Bucket.
Thank you, Lucky Bucket.
Thanks, Lucky Bucket.
Bringing us a variety of their different beers. Of course, they're famous for their lager. I am having the IPA. Refreshing as always. But you two are, I was not aware they had a lime lager.
They do. Craft Brewery lime infused lager, 4.8% from Lucky Bucket.
Something tells me that might be a good lawn mowing beer.
That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Yeah. That would be a perfect line.
Whether now, do you? I don't want to get. I don't want to get too personal here.
Go ahead. I mean,
do you stand on the driveway and admire your lawn with your post mow beer, or do you do shower beer?
Oh, I never shower beer.
Okay. You've never shower beer?
No, it's dumb.
I think every man should experience a shower beer.
No,
once.
because
or woman.
The job first of all, there's a lot of stuff flying around in the shower, the water, the hot water.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
And the soap and the what? No.
The
shower is for getting the job done, and then you come out and then you have your beer.
You don't drink the shower beer while you're all lathered up, John.
Well, you go beer after shower?
Actually, I don't shower. I mean, mow, beer, shower.
Yeah,
that's how it goes.
Maybe if you're feeling frisky, another beer after the shower.
Right. But yeah, the beer
depends on what you got going on.
The beer always is. So the lawn gets mowed, gas mowed as always. Then you clean out the mower, and while it's drying, and after you've trimmed, that's when you stand out there on the driveway with the cold beer, admiring your work, and also waiting for your lawnmower to dry.
So I've only got to experience the post lawn mowing beer for the first time recently because I haven't had a lawn to mow until recently.
And you're 22 years old.
I'm 26, Josh.
Oh, okay.
I'm almost 27. But I liked there's a little step on my girlfriend's patio, like a little wooden step that goes from the door to the backyard. I sat on that admiring with a nice cold beer, looking at the lawn. There is something therapeutic about it. It's nice just to be I did that.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, absolutely.
It's almost required.
Yeah. That's why last week, the grass was getting wildly out of control, and it was a very long week that featured many rain delays. And I saw a window when I got home on Sunday to mow, and it was a quick mow. It wasn't like
quick and dirty.
It was quick and dirty, no trimming, no nothing.
It was functional,
and there was no post lawn mowing beer. So last week was a very unsatisfying gas mow. This week will be a satisfying gas mow. It'll be a normal gas mow with all of the accoutrements therein, including the post mowing beer.
My girlfriend just texted me about an hour ago. She had gas mowed her own lawn because she had time and I didn't.
Wow. So that means no.
I don't get the gas mow.
She's gas mowing her own lawn.
She loves the gas mow.
That means no dinner for you this week.
I guess I'm just going to go hungry.
Yeah, I guess. Well, if you are enjoying a One Beer Friday, send us your picks. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. We will hook you up if Nick picks you at random for a $25 gift card to Lucky Bucket here in the Metro.
I'm going to be sliding into the DMs late tonight.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes
Oh,
out.
late night slide in.
Yeah, late night slide for Nick. So send us your picks, whatever it is you're enjoying. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. It's off to a good start, much better start than last weekend. And no excuse not to go out, sit out on the deck, or maybe it's a post-Gasmo beer, whatever the case may be. Send us your pick. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday, and Nick will pick one at random for that $25 card.
If you're watching professional disc golf, maybe include that in your One Beer Friday picture, because I'm curious.
Well, don't slant the jury.
I'm not slanting the jury. It's not going to increase your odds. I just want to see if you're watching.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're looking for somebody to start a froth group chat with.
Yeah, I just want to connect.
You just want a froth chat?
Yeah, I just want a froth chat.
Okay. Well, as we get this One Beer Friday cranked up, we found out more information last night. Ross Dellinger was the first to report it, but the revenue sharing plan that was revealed late last week now has more details on exactly what would be in it. And there is a timetable, and it is a pretty short timetable. So the powers that be in college sports, the major conference commissioners, the NCAA, have been talking with the attorneys for the plaintiffs in the House versus NCAA case, which is the big case of the many cases that is out there regarding student athlete compensation, NIL, all of that. They have been sitting down at the negotiating table trying to figure out, it might be just better if we settle this thing and not wait till January when this thing goes to court and things start to get ugly. So we told you about that earlier this week. Well, now we have more details, thanks to Ross Dellinger, about exactly what they're talking about in the settlement. It would be a 10-year agreement that would cost each power school as much as $300 million over the decade, or $30 million a year. So when Trev Alberts was talking about, hey, we need to cut some budget because we're going to have a new line item coming up in the future, and he was talking 15 to 20 million. Well, this is talking about $30 million potentially a year. So what the formula is anywhere between a $17 and $22 million revenue distribution cap. So that would be the money directly paid to athletes from each school. At least $2 million in withheld NCAA distribution for back damages, and as much as $10 million in additional scholarship costs. Because there is something new in this plan that was not revealed earlier, and that is they're talking about expanding scholarships. This was something, and I know I talked to Greg Sankey of the SEC when he was at the College World Series. It was either the conversation I had with him 2 years ago or last year. But the conversation...
You talk to Greg Sankey a lot.
Yeah, well, it's one of those deals. Anyway, but they were talking about, we want to make baseball fully funded. We want baseball to have fully funded scholarships. Right now, you get 11.7 scholarships, and you can't spend one whole scholarship on a player. Players get percentages of scholarships in baseball, and it has been that way for years. Well, now it sounds like as part of the settlement, there are schools that are talking about increasing the scholarships to now make it a 1-to-1 scholarship. So possibly up to 32 scholarships for baseball, full ride scholarships for baseball, which they have never had in the modern era. Two power conference administrators said in Yahoo Sports, these are schools that plan to add 100 additional scholarships, which would be an expense of about $9 to $10 million a year. So not only expanding baseball, but other sports as well. And I would assume some of those other sports would be women's sports.
It would have to be, right?
Because you got Title IX. Yeah. Because the idea is you're supposed to have equal opportunity for both men and women, depending on the population breakdown of your particular school. So those are the additional things that are added on top. But $30 million it could cost, all told, in all of this. And as I look at this, Josh, and while we've seen this train headed this way for quite some time, this might seem to be if this happens. And by the way, we're within a month of them needing to come to some kind of an agreement. There's a deadline here from the attorneys saying, hey, we want you to agree to something within the next 40 days or we're taking this to trial. And if it's this far down the road where they're leaking some of this information as to what's in it, it kind of tells me that they're pretty close to settling.
Yeah,
that's what it tells me.
Price goes way up if they don't settle.
Correct.
So do you want to pay a lot or a lot of a lot?
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to find the way that costs them the least, and it's also the quickest. And like you said, the plan is leaked, so they're softening the blow so it just doesn't come down like one big hammer in a month or so or whenever it is.
Exactly. One thing I didn't mention from the article earlier this week is obviously the NCAA has been working a long time on trying to get congressional protection. They want protection from lawsuits. They want it codified in law that what it is they are doing is legal, whatever that thing may be. But they want antitrust protection from Congress so that people can't keep coming back and suing them. If they settle, first of all, this settlement is only with these attorneys in these lawsuits. It has nothing to do with Congress. If the NCAA and the schools, they settle this case, great. It may give them some short-term protection from lawsuits, but it won't be long-term or permanent protection from lawsuits. And the question that I keep coming back to, Josh, is, okay, great. Let's say they do this. Let's say Nebraska now has $20 million in its kitty that they're going to revenue share with the players. Is that going to be split equally among every student athlete at the university? Is that going to be prorated out based on, well, football players bring in this much money, so they get this much. Basketball brings in this much money, they get this much. Baseball doesn't bring in as much, so they don't get as much. Women's softball doesn't get it. They don't get it. And can they do that? Because wouldn't that be a violation of Title IX? If I'm a football player and I'm getting, let's say, $40,000 a year from the university, and the softball player is getting $15,000, why wouldn't the softball player say, wait a minute,
yeah,
we're supposed to be equal here. My scholarship's equal to your scholarship. My pay should be equal to your pay.
And Nebraska being a public institution, it will likely be public record.
Yes.
In certain places, and places like Creighton, it may not be.
Right.
Which probably complicates it further. So what do you do? There's just so many steps you have to think of. And who's the politician that this presidential election season is going to come out and tell his constituents, I want to protect your college sports. You love your college sports.
Mm-hmm.
We love our college sports here in Nebraska. We want to save the Huskers. You want to save the Huskers, don't you? Well, vote for me and I'll enact the NIL plan of 2024 and we'll protect the Huskers. And what does that mean? What does it look like? I don't know, but feels like an avenue for some politicians to run on right here.
I do wonder if that's going to become an issue in politics. I remember in the 2020 cycle, it came up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think Trump was the one that brought it up, and it didn't really have a whole lot of legs. But I do wonder now that the train has moved a lot further down the track in the last 4 years.
Sure.
If somebody tries not to take advantage, because where's football country? Where's the football that needs to be saved? It's in the states of the Southeast and the Midwest, right? The Rust Belt. That's where football is its biggest. College football is its biggest.
Swing states like Georgia and Ohio.
Bingo.
Where you're looking for every margin to win an election.
Correct.
You might
Pennsylvania.
You might want to, hey, maybe Buckeye fan hasn't come out to the polls in a little bit. I'll tell him I'll save the Buckeyes and he'll vote for me.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a great point that you bring up, because that's if you're the NCAA, first of all, this is a huge cost, because according to Dellinger, the NCAA could be responsible for paying up to $3 billion in back damages. Remember, this case isn't just about ensuring that today's and tomorrow's college athletes are getting revenue sharing, but it's also working retroactive. And that retroactive cost could be upwards of $3 billion. And that's over a 10-year period. Well, if you only have protection for that long, and then 10 years from now, let's say they settle, and 10 years from now, oh, wait a minute. Somebody didn't think they got their fair share. Here comes another lawsuit. They're going to want that protection so that whether it's that presidential candidate, those congressional candidates, whoever they may be, who's going to have a sympathetic ear to their cause, could be a big political issue, not only in this cycle, but even in the future cycles, 2 years from now, another 4 years from now, whatever the case may be. But when you look at this whole plan, and I was reading the article from Dellinger last night, and he writes, some schools, even in the power leagues, may not have the resources to afford even half of the revenue sharing cap, because this settlement, you're not locked in. You don't have to participate. It would be voluntary participation by the schools. Now, certainly the richer schools are going to do it because they want to be on the cutting edge. They want to get the best athletes. They want to keep the athletes they have. But it's not mandatory. And according to one industry source, he says some schools may say, I'm out altogether, which could create, we keep talking about these furthering classes of the Big Ten and the SEC separating themselves from everybody else. Something like this could push that even further down the road, because the Big Ten schools can afford it. The SEC schools can afford it. But can all the Big 12 schools afford it?
Could a school like Arizona or Cal, which have been open about their, hey, we don't have any money at all issues,
right?
Couldn't possibly afford this. What does their conference say to them? Certainly they won't say, we got you on this one. Don't worry. We'll cut that $3 million check. Do they kick them out? Do they, hey, maybe the Mountain West is a little bit better place for you than here in Big 12 country?
You could end up with a situation that happens here in the not too distant future where you have all playing at the same level of sport. You could have the SEC and the Big Ten all paying max in terms of revenue share. You could have conferences like the Big 12 and the ACC maybe chipping in half of that amount. You could have a lot of the group of 5 schools doing little or none. And imagine the separation there. Imagine the separation there, because if you're a football player and hey, I could get $45,000 by playing at Nebraska. That doesn't even count the NIL. We're not even talking NIL. This is revenue sharing, direct payment from the schools, versus, I could stay here at my Mountain West school and make nothing.
Seems like a pretty easy decision.
A lot of easy decisions. The other part that the story documented, because this is going to be an expense. Nebraska right now, Nebraska's athletic budget, I think, is in the $120 million a year range, something like that. That's potentially a $30 million line item that does not exist today. So they either need to make that money additionally, which they may with the new television contract, or there may have to be cuts. In fact, there are some schools already gearing up to slice salaries. We talked about Trev Alberts. He laid off all those high-level workers, and his reason why was, we're going to have a new line item on our budget. We got to pay for it. There are certain provisions in contracts with, for example, Missouri athletic officials, where if this comes down the pike, it may trigger an automatic renegotiation of his deal where he gets less money, where maybe some of the coaches start getting paid less. And I guarantee you that's going to be met with a lot of celebration, because one of the reasons why this kind of got, we'll say, out of hand like it did, was because as the money grew in college sports and the athletes got none of it, who got all of it? The administrators and the coaches. They're the ones that made out like bandits. I had the numbers last week. 45 years ago, when Tom Osborne signed his contract extension and got an $8,000 a year raise, he was making about 2.5 times more than the average American salary. That was in 1979. Matt Rule's contract is about 80 times the average American salary. That's where all the money went. Can you imagine these coaches taking pay cuts?
I just thought of this, and I wonder if it's related. I assume it probably is related. Did you see who signed a new deal today? Or was it yesterday? I don't know. Time's a flat circle.
I believe he's a smart man.
A very smart man. A Kirby smart man at Georgia. He went and got himself $13 million a year over the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, May 3rd seems like an odd time to sign that contract.
Yes, it does. Maybe got in under the wire.
Yeah.
Before
maybe his
all of
agent
this kicked
said,
in.
"Hey, look, Mr. Smart, I'm smarter than you. This is coming. You'll want to have protections in place for a long time."
Well, that's the latest. I mean, the good news in this is that, I mean, for sports like baseball, it's been ridiculous that they've had to split up scholarships as they have. Those sports should have been fully funded. If that's one thing that comes out of this, great. And there's so many other layers to this. In order to pay these athletes direct, they have to be classified as employees.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's been the one thing the NCAA has said, no, we can't do that. And who's negotiating for the players? The players are going to have to unionize it.
It's going to have to be collectively bargained.
Yes.
And who's going to head that? You got to pick the right guy, make sure they're working for the players and not actually working for themselves. Are the universities going to pass this cost on to you, the season ticket holder, or single game ticket buyer, or popcorn buyer at the Old Gray Lady? I don't know. Probably, right?
Yeah. Oh, this will believe me. We'll get our bill.
And
our bill is coming.
Does older Nebraska fan go, "This isn't the game I fell in love with. No, thank you"?
I've always wondered. I mean, we've at times kind of mocked the people who, when things were happening, especially like with the whole national anthem spat and the kneeling and all this stuff. I'm walking away. And we kind of mocked at that. But there are certain tolerances that certain people won't accept. And if college sports goes all the way in to where now everyone is getting paid, and maybe some people have already reached that, I do wonder if there will be folks who start to walk away. It won't be in droves.
Right. I've talked to a lot of my family members, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't really like college football that much anyway. It's too professionalized." And I'm like, "What? We live in Nebraska. Like, this is what we do. This is what we've been conditioned to do for generations upon generations. What do you mean you don't like college football?" They're all getting paid. Nobody really plays for Nebraska. Like, really? It's been like that for a long time. I understand the argument, but at the same time, like, I'm willing to, like, I guess, look the other way on it.
Right. Well, you know why? You know why that is,
Football's
Josh?
great.
The sausage has always been the sausage. We are now finding out exactly how it's been made.
The jungle has been published.
The jungle has been published. Exactly. But the sausage of today is the same sausage of yesterday. We now know exactly what's in it. We have the ingredients, and it's posted in front of our face, and we see how it is made. It has been this way for a while. Now it's just more out in the open. And it's making people uncomfortable.
Yeah. I think you're right, but I mean, I don't want to say like you didn't know that that's what we were doing the whole time, but I guess there is an element of, I don't care how it gets made. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. And there've
been a lot of people out there who act like Carmela Soprano. She knows that Tony's doing bad things, but it's like, doesn't matter. The checks are coming in and I'm able to buy expensive things. So just don't tell me. Don't tell me.
And call the realtor, Tony.
And call the realtor.
You said you were going to get this done.
Realtor.
Whatever. All right. Still to come, we've got some content. We're going to do what's for dinner. We're enjoying our Lucky Bucket Brewing IPAs and lime-infused lagers.
Are we getting predictions today?
No, not.
Sad.
Well, Josh isn't participating. The other Josh isn't participating.
He did it remotely or not? We do that sometimes.
No, I didn't do any predictions this week.
Is that going to be 2 weeks without predictions?
We did them last week.
Well, next week, because I won't be here.
Oh, that's right. Well, this is the longest stretch of predictions, so we've got plenty of time.
It's an idle week.
The less predictions we do, the better it
Messed
is
up.
for Josh, who really not is doing well. He's just doing very poorly right now.
You'd think a guy who watches that much sports would be better at it.
No, he's not.
Interesting.
He's really not. Hey, friends, $150 in bonus bets. How would you like that with FanDuel? With any winning $5 bet, that can be yours. John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the NBA playoffs. Just finishing up the first round. Plenty of time to still get in on the action. And right now, any winning $5 bet gets you $150 in bonus bets that you can use on anything they have on their service. And there's no better place to bet all playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. How do you register? Simple. FanDuel.com/1620. That's FanDuel.com/1620. Get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet right now at FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus in present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
The Connor Happer Show.
The big Board of Regents meeting about alcohol at Haymarket Park. Regent Kathy Wilmot does not agree with the phrasing of it enhancing the experience for fans. She wants to point out that it's only enhancing the experience for adult fans. She wants the Regents to think of the families who attend these events.
I want that Regent to shut the hell up. Sometimes Papa needs a beer, am I right?
I just can't get fired up about this.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A nice Friday evening with temperatures in the 70s and some clearing skies. But overnight, we're tracking a line of thunderstorms that will move through. Likely clear it out by the time you get towards tomorrow morning, and then we'll have a nice weekend forecast ahead. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. No wrecks to avoid, but we've got some slow going on westbound I-80 going from 680 all the way to Q Street. Also delays on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 60th. If you're east on I-80, those delays go from 680 to 84th. Otherwise, slow going on westbound Dodge from 680 to 120th. On eastbound Dodge between 680 and 72nd. If you're north on 680, a slight delay around Maple Street and delays on southbound 204th between Dodge and West Center. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahaw Nurseries.
Think spring. Think Lanahaw's Garden Center. We offer the area's most complete selection of landscape supplies and high-quality plant material for your projects. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply, minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
I'm Ryan Osted. Golf is great because it can be whatever you want it to be. If you want to go out and have a competitive 18 holes, you can make it that. If you want to go out and have a scramble and just have the time of your life, if you want to have a charity golf tournament to raise money for some great cause, you can make it that. It is flexible to be whatever you need it to be at that particular moment in your life. And I've needed golf to be different things at different points in my life. And I'm certainly thankful that I was able to learn the game as a kid and continue to play it now as an adult.
Play better, have fun, and shop Osted's. The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
And you don't even have to use your fingers.
The 1620 The Zone.
Well, stop me if you've heard this one before. The Creighton Blue Jays still can't figure out how to win on a weekend.
Stop.
7-3 the final, St. John's. And it sounds like they're playing 2 games tomorrow.
Yeah, noon.
Stop me if you've heard this one before.
What?
UMass lost.
I've heard that 40 times now this season.
And so have they.
20-7. 20-8, my bad. I forgot they scored one more run to stop the bleeding a little.
I don't think it matters. What was the spread?
And the no-hit streak for Nebraska baseball has ended. It's 1-0 Minnesota after 1. So it's just bad news all around from the baseball standpoint. Just bad news all around. The hell?
What time do the Mavs play?
What time do the Mavs play?
I don't know. That's a good question. You got the Dodgers this weekend.
I do.
I assume they're playing tonight.
Dodgers. Yeah, late.
In Chavez Ravine. That'll be nice. That'll be nice. I always like a little late night baseball in the background.
Mavericks trail by 2 after 6. They're down 4-2 against very stinky Oral Bob.
Yeah, this isn't your
it's not
older
your older
brothers. Yeah, not your older brother's Oral Bob, who last year made the dramatic run into the College World Series.
They did. Wake Forest hasn't been doing super hot either, have they?
They've bounced back. They've bounced back. What is Wake? I looked recently. Oh, Wake Forest. They are currently sitting at they're 12-12 in conference.
Well,
but they're 29-16 overall with an RPI of 14. So
how dialed in are you to other teams right now?
Not
when does
much.
that start?
That starts this month.
Once you get like a field, do you kind of get a little more?
Yeah, this once we cross into May, this is when I really start, dialing in. Having Kendall on yesterday certainly helped. But yeah, this is when I really start dialing in. And then in June, it's nonstop, just baseball.
You could probably throw your LSU guide away.
Yeah, I don't think I'm worried about LSU this year. Of course, most of the guys on last year's sheet aren't back, so it wouldn't have helped me anyway.
People forget about Paul Skeens.
People do forget about Paul Skeens.
Oh, Livy doesn't forget about Paul Skeens.
Well,
how could she?
I can tell you this, John. I bet Arkansas is going to be there.
Seems like they got a good shot.
Arkansas loves coming to Omaha.
And Trev Alberts.
I just hope that Texas A&M brings a better attitude about themselves if they're coming back to the College World Series. And by attitude, I mean that they don't lollygag on the field as they have in past years. I'd like a little pep in their step. If they're gonna take that next step as a program, I need a little pep in your step.
Well, you'll be pepping for Trev.
Pepping for Trev.
Well,
I think it'd be fun to have East Carolina come just because I think their logo's fun.
I've long wanted the Pirates to get here because I think Omaha would embrace them.
They are 7th in the RPI, Josh. Well, then they're going to have the conundrum of, do we go for Arkansas or East Carolina? Because people forget Omaha is an Arkansas city.
Well,
people in Omaha love to adopt the Razorbacks.
Well, they used to, and then the whole Mojo Hagee thing happened, and they kind of turned on them. But maybe that's settled now. I don't know. It just depends. See, and the other issue is if Nebraska does make the tournament and gets eliminated by one of these teams, they instantly become the bad guy.
Yeah.
Or who knows? Maybe Nebraska just says, screw it. We're going to go all in. And
Nothing to do now.
And then they end up in the College World Series. It could happen. I would like to see Indiana State.
That could be fun.
I'm a big fan of the Fighting Trees.
I think Larry Bird would show up. I don't think he shows up to much.
No, he
days,
doesn't.
But
The only thing he shows up for now is State Farm commercials where he's crashing through his own ceiling.
I just like the schools that nobody, like the underdog schools that just kind of show up.
The Stony Brooks.
Oral Roberts was really fun last year.
Oral Bob was fun.
Could you imagine Dallas Baptist coming to Omaha?
That's another team that's been on the cusp for many, many years.
What if Coastal Carolina pushes through?
They've already been here.
Chanticleers have won it.
They won it 8 years ago. And their team was here earlier this year and got beat by Creighton. Again, if Creighton just treats these games like they're on Wednesday or a Tuesday instead of a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, I think they'd be fine.
They just have to mentally prepare themselves.
I think Ed Service needs to change everyone's clocks. Just get into their phones and just make it feel like it's Tuesday.
All right, boys, come on over to my hotel room. We'll watch Monday Night Football. We'll go to bed. Well, he's got like an old Monday Night Football just that he can pop in at any time. And then they wake up like, okay, it's Tuesday, boys. Let's go out there and win.
Who's Lynn Dickey? I thought Jordan Love was the Packers quarterback.
Who's Wayne Krebet?
Well, coming up, we've got some content. Today in Contact, Pat Bev acting like a jerk, Commissioner Mike Riley, and Omaha. Who would want to leave it? Because everyone wants to move to it. 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed media download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
At Churco, Chef Dave blends the distinctive food of Northern Italy with the melting pot of American cuisine to bring a unique fusion of style and flavors to West Omaha. From fresh pastas handcrafted daily to house-dry aged steaks, focaccia bread baked daily. Churco is perfect for date night or any night. Churco features crafted unique cocktails, an extensive Italian and American wine list, and a robust happy hour Tuesday through Sundays. Churco, located at 192nd and Q, and CIRCOOmaha.com.
The backseat. Check the backseat. All right, come here. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Children and families experiencing the crisis of homelessness have a place to call home when they come to Micah House. Now, you can help make a difference by attending Champagne and Diamonds, May 4th at the Mid-America Center. Enjoy a festive Kentucky Derby-themed evening with dinner, prizes, silent auctions, or enter the Diamond Raffle. All funds raised go directly to help the Micah House continue its mission. Visit themicahhouse.org/diamonds for tickets. A fun evening for a great cause. Attend Champagne and Diamonds on Saturday, May 4th.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Friends, don't forget, send us a pic of what you're drinking. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday, and Nick will pick one of you at random for $25 to Lucky Bucket.
I will.
This week's featured craft brewer from the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
Please keep an eye on your DMs because I'm picking it late tonight, and then I'm going to walk out the door, and I'm not going to think about this place for a week.
Yeah, send them in to us and use that hashtag OneBeerFriday. We will also. I've been neglecting this. Cheyenne. Cheyenne's doing a sampler tasting.
A flight?
Yeah, she's doing a flight. And so is David. Wow, this is a very this is a popular way to do this. Austin is drinking a Blue Yummy.
Oh, Blue Yummy.
Yeah, and Andy is going with the
sounds like a strain
Chupacabra Mexican lager.
Chupacabra.
Oh, Chupacabra. Sorry. I did not take Spanish. I apologize.
Baxter.
But send your picks in and use the hashtag OneBeerFriday to our 1620 The Zone Twitter account at USC1620.
Nice. You ready for some content, boys?
Shirley Muldowney.
Always.
The Bucks' Patrick Don't Call Me Star Beverly turned away an ESPN producer from being in his post-game media circle because he didn't subscribe to his podcast. While the producer handled it professionally, what do you think you would have done when confronted with the same situation?
You know, I would have either lied and said, oh, yeah, I'm a subscriber, and then just moved on. Or maybe I would have said, yes, and your last episode was quite problematic. I didn't like the fact that you talked about intimate relations with small animals.
Whoa.
Just to be a smartass, because he didn't bother to ask, and I'm assuming everybody else in the circle that was around him at his locker, he didn't ask any of them if they subscribed to his podcast.
He has brought it up with interviewers in the past.
But they have to be card-carrying members of the Pat Bev podcast universe to be able to talk to him?
Feels like a stunt to, hey, I know there's going to be a lot of microphones in my face because I threw a ball at a fan twice.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't I advertise my podcast? New media. Great value, Draymond Green.
Mike Riley has been tabbed to join the college football playoff committee. Do you think he will ride his bike to the meetings?
I think he will.
Why not?
Meetings are usually in Dallas. It's probably in the same hotel. But if they had to ride across the street to the convention hall, he'd probably just get on his little bike and ring, ring, the little bell,
hello,
take off.
Gas is only more expensive than Mike's time in Lincoln. So, yes, absolutely, he'll ride his bike.
Here's the doomsday scenario. Nebraska, at some point in the next couple of years, while Mike Riley's on the committee, is good enough to be in contention and has an argument
on the cusp.
And if they don't make it, guess who's going to be the scapegoat?
Whether he is or isn't the reason.
It'll be Mike Riley. I just want Mike Riley to be the committee chair so that he gets to be the one to do the interviews every week with ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to see.
Oh, shucks. You know, we got 250 great teams in this nation of ours. I wish they could all be in the playoff.
But I got my Pepsi. And he'll start every press conference by going over the entire injury list, which I appreciated, by the way, Coach.
An actual headline from ESPN.com. Jesus won't leave Arsenal this summer. What does this mean?
It means Jesus isn't leaving Arsenal. Congratulations.
We need more prayer in our football teams.
It's a soccer player, Gabriel. Jesus. See, there's no accent marks. So is his last name Jesus?
Oh, I'm sure it's Jesus. I honestly don't know.
I looked up his name. I don't see any accent marks.
Do we have a picture?
Yeah, he's from Brazil.
Okay.
It's just look at him. Look at that handsome man.
Gabriel Jesus. Wow, that is a handsome man.
He's a handsome man.
Well, Jesus was very handsome. I see it in the pictures all the time.
24 matches, 4 goals, 4 assists. Those are rookie numbers. Those numbers.
Soccer or football. The Creighton non-conference basketball schedule continues to come into focus. Reports out of Alabama say the Jays will return the trip to Tuscaloosa on Saturday, December 14th. With the Bahamas, Kansas coming to town, and the annual date with Nebraska, this is shaping up to be another tough schedule, isn't it, John?
It certainly is. That's a very impressive schedule. I mean, Kansas is probably likely going to be preseason number 1 coming in.
Certainly no worse than number 2, right?
Nebraska could be a preseason top 25 team. And then the Bahamas trip, that'll have some really good competition. So this will be a schedule at least as good as last year, potentially right up there with the one they had 2 years ago, the really tough schedule.
Might bring the record down a little bit, but are you better prepared for March?
Exactly. You will have some veteran experience with Jemiah Neal joining the team and Pop Isaacs, and you'll have Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Popeye?
No, and Pop Isaac.
They should call him Popeye.
Assuming Stephen Ashworth comes back.
And Stephen Ashworth's here, and he's 37 years
That's
old.
Right.
So he's definitely experienced. And he'll be a dad by then.
It's just a bunch of team full of married guys.
Congrats on the marriages.
It is. It's going to be. You're going to have two married guys on the team. This
I can't go out tonight, guys. My wife is got a thing.
Oh, my wife.
Rams GM Les Snead told the Dan Patrick Show that if Aaron Donald's cup wasn't quite filled, he could be like Eric Weddle 3 years ago and return to the Rams in time for the playoffs. Why would he drop something like that?
I really don't know. I can't imagine Aaron Donald is going to pull. I mean, I guess he could pull an Ndamukong Suh. Ndamukong Suh could have been a man ahead of his time. He sits out the entire season, and then a team that needs somebody and some help at defensive tackle. Oh, yeah, I'll sign now. Play about a half dozen games, get into the playoffs, collect your money, and go. It's not the worst idea in the world.
It's not, and it definitely feels like hey, doors open. Even if you're considering it, Aaron, pick up the phone. We'd love to have you. Even though he knows. I mean, this guy's been thinking about retiring for 2 or 3 years now.
Yes, he has. He's going to do it after the Super Bowl.
He's not coming back.
Arnold Darnold. No predictions this week due to vacationing Josh, but what about your picks for both of tonight's Game 6s? Cavs at Magic and Dallas hosting the Clippers.
Well, it doesn't sound like Kawhi's playing. So give me Dallas to eliminate the Clip.
This one's a death march for the Clippers.
And I believe it's the Cavs up 3-2, correct?
That is correct. We are in Orlando tonight.
Florida?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the only Orlando I know of.
Wanted to make sure.
Certainly they were only Orlando with a pro sports team.
True. I'll take the Magic because we got to have at least one Game 7, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
We'll have at least one Game 7, and that would be Sunday, all by itself.
Let the Cavs and the Magic tire themselves out before they have to play the Boston Celtics. My Boston Celtics.
And then the Knicks will come. Bing
But hey, let's not worry. Don't count your chickens before they're hatched.
Speaking of predictions, the Kentucky Derby is this Saturday. Who are your picks, and are you just picking them because of the names?
Well, I'm definitely not picking anybody because of their names, because this is one of the worst fields.
Not a great name field.
Of Derby horses I have seen in a very long time. I'm now trying to open this stupid thing because it won't open for me. I don't know why.
I've got my horse picked out.
Okay. Who is it?
Out of Des Moines, Iowa. Catching Freedom, because I love freedom. Everybody knows that about me.
Yes.
I would like to catch it. And not that far of a long shot.
8-1?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, that's the latest odds here on the FanDuel Sportsbook.
The only FanDuel Sportsbook, the only sportsbook that allows you to bet on the Kentucky Derby.
Precisely. Just click on the racing tab at FanDuel.com. Fierceness is the favorite at 3-1. That's just a lame ass nickname or name. I mean, listen to some of these names: Just a Touch, Honor Marie, Just Steel, Mystic Dan.
What kind of steel?
Mystic Dan is getting me a little bit, just because naming a horse Dan is hilarious.
What was that SNL bit?
Which
the
one?
guy, there was we're paying memorial tribute to, what was his name? Ass Dan?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're terrible, terrible names.
Mystic Dan is the best of the bunch.
Stronghold. I mean, come on. Where's Hoof Hearted? That's the horse we need. We need Hoof Hearted.
They're getting too serious about these names.
Give me Door Knock at 21-1.
Thanks, Door Knock.
Door Knock. It's Dornoch. I'm sure it's pronounced like Dornoch. I'm going Door Knock.
Charles Barkley told Dan Patrick that he expects to hear about Turner's NBA decision today, and that while his contract allows him to leave the network if they lose the NBA, that Inside the NBA won't continue on another network because Ernie Johnson is staying with Turner. Is it time to start counting down to the end of the best studio show in sports?
Yeah, I'm afraid it is.
Yeah.
I've been scanning the wires all day to see if Turner has actually made the decision. Now, Charles was speculating that today would be the day. It doesn't mean they will be, but This is going to be very sad if we lose inside the NBA like this. I would rather it go away because, the good boys just decided it's time to put a wrap on it.
Ernie will go back to TBS and call baseball. Chuck, I assume Chuck will take the offer from the highest bidder because why wouldn't he?
I bet he goes to ESPN.
That would, if I'm ESPN and I have a week's studio show and the NBA, I'm definitely making a run. Hey, Chuck, how would you like to do a studio show with Stephen A. Smith? And boom.
And Shaq will retire to doing, general commercials and Papa John's, running his Papa John's. And I don't know about Kenny the Jet Smith.
March Madness coverage.
Yeah. Or maybe he ends up on NBC.
Maybe it could be a GM.
That could be fun.
Yeah, this will be very sad. So I'm going to enjoy my Inside the NBA while it lasts.
Yeah, enjoy it while it lasts because NBC's offering $2 billion, which is twice as what TNT's offering.
Correct.
They're not going to take $1 billion less. Adam Silver would be fired immediately.
West Virginia Mountain Mama is adding a Cole-themed uniform for next season. Will it be clean Cole? Will the Libs have a problem with it?
So it's a black uniform, and it's a black uniform.
Well, there's a little thing on the sleeve, John. That's a little Cole-ish.
Sure. They do look very clean.
Sleeve.
They do look clean.
They do look very clean.
What's the helmet? Is it the WV or is it the outline of the state?
It's the outline of the state, and it might have a WV in the middle of it. But they're honoring the coal industry. See, I like the fact that they're leaning into one of the state's biggest things, which is why Nebraska needs to have a corn-themed uniform.
I don't love that.
You don't like the unicorn? That's what I call it.
All right, that's kind of funny.
3 hours and 47 minutes in, and that's the first of his bad jokes. I mean, that's pretty crazy.
It's a clean jersey, but it is a boring jersey.
Yeah.
It's a little boring.
Yeah.
And finally,
Finally.
Forbes magazine listed Omaha as a top U.S. city to move to in 2024. They gave it 100 out of 100.
Whoa.
Let's all celebrate our great success. Welcome, transplants.
It is crazy because the next nearest city, their score was like 88 out of 100.
Oh, wow.
So Omaha just hit it on every level. Affordable housing, good jobs.
Potholes.
Low crime, unlike Lincoln.
A dirt pit in the middle of the city.
Well, they must have not, maybe they didn't tour that part of the city when they did
a street cart we don't really need.
A non-visible mayor.
That's the irony of it, isn't it? That this is the town that everyone should want to move to, but the mayor is moving out.
So yes, constantly.
Strange.
A college that might just get sucked into the main college in the state.
I mean, that's possible, but I don't know if that affects too many people.
It's a system.
But we should be proud. Omaha #1.
We did it.
What a perfect time with all these millionaires and billionaires flying into our city for a weekend.
What timing? That's right. We got the big Berkshire Hathaway convention this week. So if you're going to DQ, expect the lines to be a lot longer because you're going to have a lot of olds going, does that have peanuts in it? I can't have the peanut.
Maybe DQ something different this weekend.
I want a Buster Bar.
I do like Buster Bars.
I love Buster Bars.
Hell
They
yeah.
actually had them at the Detroit Arena. They had Dairy Queen at the Detroit Arena.
Did you get an Orange Julius and a Buster Bar?
No. Why would I get an Orange Julius and a Buster Bar?
I don't know, John, treating yourself.
No. Can you imagine drinking an Orange Julius and eating a Buster Bar?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Exactly, which is why I didn't. I just got the Buster Bar, and it was delish.
Good choice.
I love it. The Peanut Buster Parfait is the GOAT Dairy Queen treat.
I can't argue this.
It is my favorite. It has been since I was a child.
Hell yeah.
Maybe I'll treat myself this weekend after I gas mow. Or not. Well, dinner is next.
Dinner.
What's for dinner? Who's for dinner?
Whoa.
No, if this were the Jeffrey Dahmer show,
that guy in Las Vegas?
the Jeffrey Dahmer show would be who's for dinner. This is what's for dinner. We wrap up the Grum in the week next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
What's keeping you from learning the language you've always wanted to speak? Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make learning fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. And in 10 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
That's not long.
It's not hard.
It's perfect.
It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The Nebraska Spa Expo on May 3rd through the 5th with 30 plus hot tubs and swim spas on display
from multiple manufacturers.
Up to 50% off retail pricing. Hot tubs from $44.99.
Same day delivery.
0% financing. Act now. Only 3 days. Come get factory direct savings on a new hot tub or swim spa.
This May 3rd through the 5th
at the Mid-America Center. 3 days only. The Nebraska Spa Expo.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct on the sack. The 1620. The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
This isn't what's for. Well, I have no idea what's for dinner tonight. I'll find out when I get home.
Really?
No, I just don't know.
But you always know, John.
No, I never know. But one thing I did discover, I decided, normally if it's a Sunday and I'm driving to Omaha for a Creighton game, an early Creighton game, it's usually just, hit the McDonald's there in South Lincoln and, do the usual. But I decided, you know what? I've seen enough of the Wendy's commercials. I'm going to do the Wendy's. They do a breakfast burrito.
They do.
That's really good.
Okay.
So I had it once and I didn't like it. It was too loose. It was a loose burrito.
Oh, yeah. I remember you complaining about the loose burrito in the office.
Mine wasn't a loose burrito. I mean, I ate it in the car and it didn't end up all over me. So it was pretty good. The only thing I regret was because I was driving, I couldn't put on the Cholula because they give you packs of Cholula.
The best hot sauce.
Which is really good hot sauce. I would have liked to put some of that on there, but I didn't want to, wipe out 17 cars while I was at it, so I just ate it plain.
I'm glad you liked it. They need to prove to me that they can give me a non-loose burrito. Burritos shan't be loose. They can't be loose.
Well,
he likes a tight burrito.
I like a tight burrito.
Well, you're not going to get a burrito like you get at Qdoba or Chipotle. That's one of those mission style that's stuffed to the gill.
No, and I'm not expecting that, but you can still make a tight burrito.
What do you ask? I mean,
well, they just lazily threw the ingredients in there, then it wasn't even like secured. You know, it's a loose burrito.
Mine was fine. It didn't end up on my lap. Do you know what you're having for dinner?
I'm going to have, earlier in the show, I ordered a Jimmy John's sandwich. It's been marinating for a little bit. That's the way I like it. Probably going to finish that.
What's your go-to at Jimmy John's?
I like the, I've migrated to the spicy East Coast Italian.
Good one.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
They need to bring back that roast beef with blue cheese that they had a couple of falls ago.
Okay.
That was really good.
I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, that was one of their specials of the month.
Sounds good.
It was very good.
I doing Chinese tonight. It's a friend's birthday, and they want Chinese, so we're gonna have Chinese.
Well, that sounds good.
It does sound good. I love Chinese. I'm gonna get some chicken fried rice, maybe an egg roll, maybe a fortune cookie that'll tell me to get Napster for free.
You can't get away from rice, can you?
I love rice, John.
I know you do,
works
but
fine.
anymore, it's now become such a part of you that I don't know. I would think you would be tired of it.
You're more rice than man at this point.
I am more rice than man. You would think it would, because like ramen noodles, I really can't eat ramen anymore because I ate it so much growing up. Tater tot casserole, same thing. Rice doesn't get old for me. For whatever reason, I'm totally fine with rice.
So tater tot casserole is old for you,
Yes.
but rice isn't.
It is not. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you as to why. That's how I feel.
Do you cook rice a lot of different ways?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's not necessarily the ways I cook, but like it's so versatile, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
If I want eggs in it, let's do eggs and rice. If I want peppers, let's do peppers and rice. Ground beef and rice, absolutely.
Well, they make a lot of those rice side packet things that you get at the grocery store.
It's ready so quick.
They flavor it a lot of different ways, so it's not just the same old, same old.
It is a very utilitarian side item.
I've got a bunch of spices if I just want to spice it up. That's the noise I make when I do it.
You go boop, boop,
boop,
boop.
boop, boop.
No,
A little bit of oregano.
I've heard the promo. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we hear you. At least we'll leave on some good news tonight. Nebraska's taking a 2-1 lead in the third.
Yeah. Nice.
So the road to Jack Mitchell's dream of camping out at the Lincoln Regional is still very alive.
Is his dream of being a successful softball manager still alive?
Ooh.
No, he gave up on that many years ago.
Maybe our boss can get a hit someday.
One day.
We'll hope. Josh will be back on Monday.
I will.
You will on Connor's show, but the other Josh will be back Monday, but you, Nick, will be gone.
I will be gone.
So enjoy the froth! Exclamation point.
Woo! I love disc golf.
And you enjoy your weekend.
Bye.
Bye.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got a crash on eastbound I-80 blocking the left lane at 84th. That's causing stop-and-go traffic to at least 680. Bring your patience through there. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 680 to Q Street. Slow going on eastbound Dodge from 680 to 90th. Same goes if you're headed west on Dodge from 680 to 120th. And a little bit of a delay over on L Street for eastbound travelers at 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Knoyer Garden Center.
Hi, this is Kathy Knoyer with Knoyer Garden Center. The beauty and color of spring is in our greenhouse. Knoyer Garden Center, located in Papillion between Highway 370 and Cornhusker on 66th Street, and in Lincoln just north of 94th and Van Dorn.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First, home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people